do 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 do. All right, everybody, just getting settled in. Just making sure I tweet out my actual stream link. All right, welcome everyone. Welcome, hello. Yeah, I finally was able to have a decent meal and actually buy groceries, so I'm like cognizant enough to stream today, thank God. Yeah, we haven't done an NOC since, the Johnny Depp trial. And it was, oh God, I was like maybe in the first month of being away from home. But now I'm ready to do the damn thing. Wait a minute. Yeah, but now I'm back and ready to do the damn thing. Just let me get situated. Jeez. There we are. Anyway, I'm doing okay. I had to get I had to scramble to get a roster together for this NOC because I've usually been doing like one topic a stream for NOC for a while. So this time, yeah, we're back to our original format of trashing different shit instead of just one thing. And I had to really scramble because, well, I had come across all of these Hulk defense videos, like 3 of them, just 3, because no one's really defending this show. Angry Joe was defending it at first, and then I think he flip-flopped. He's not on that team anymore. And then there was this other guy who was low-key trying to like not to trash it, but he was trying to be as nice as possible. And then there's this dude with a really, really creepy, like, you can already tell what we're going for here. Like, he's in the shadows defending this shit. God, because who would want to show their face? Who would want? You want anonymity if you're going to defend She-Hulk. Kevin Thompson, $2 super chat. She-Hulk's written like it thinks women are mean. Yeah, the writers really have some kind of internalized hatred of being a woman, because this is like, I've said this in my videos, like, She-Hulk is one of the most misogynistic fucking shows I've ever seen. And I don't think the creators and Marvel I don't think they know that. I think they genuinely think that the show is, it's empowering the women, like that all their ideas are good ideas. It's devastating. But anyway, yeah, it looks like he's been taken hostage. This isn't I don't know why. I mean, you're defending She-Hulk, and you're in the shadows, like you're doing a video for Anonymous. Like, why? But yeah, this one really stuck out to me. I wanted to save it. I wanted to save it for an NOC, and thank God I did. Thank God he didn't delete this shit. This, like the other one that I tackled, the one with the chick with them fucking Disney 3D glasses on. It's got a mostly positive reception, but he's barely got a following. He's like 102 subscribers, so it's not really that significant. But yeah, we're gonna talk about this, and we're gonna talk about a couple, of course, Truly, aka Barcroft videos, and probably some other stuff if time permits. I think I might even finish that video I started and didn't, and the video I started a long time ago and didn't finish, because I got like 2/3 of that video left to finish. Like, it's a like gay representation in a Disney in phase 4 basically. So I gotta get back on that. But yeah, let's start on this. This is a really special video. This is unnecessarily intense for fucking She-Hulk.
2 months ago, Twitter and YouTube received the onslaught that was the Kenobi discourse, specifically surrounding the character of Reva.
Reva. If you're gonna defend the fucking character, learn how to pronounce her goddamn name. It's Reva, not Reva. She's not a fucking Jeep. Oh wait, no, that's a Rav, isn't it? Whatever. But like, that's not how you pronounce her name.
What started as a simple call-out post on Twitter by the Star Wars Twitter account for fans to simply not be racist turned into a vitriolic campaign by a small...
Oh god, really? Mackie Sky, $5 super chat. Glad you're fed. This looks good tonight. Who's your favorite YouTuber to watch? Damn it, I don't really have a favorite. I mean, well, that's not true. Maybe YMS. It's between YMS and somebody else, but I forgot. Oh, well, yeah, fuck it. It's between YMS and Mauler, but it might be Mauler. John Smith, $2 super chat. Is he an offspring of Pedro Pascal and the Unabomber? Charlie AAA, $2 super chat. Natasha Ray's no fool. Please don't quote that to me.
A yet vocal minority of people who claimed that the statement was not only a direct call out to them, but also a disingenuous one. And
you just said it was a call out tweet. Why would they need to talk about, like, why would they need to remind the fans, all their fans, to stop being racist when it's not them? Because I know you're going to call these vocal minority the ones who are really racist. So, like, yeah, why... Yeah, that don't make no sense. Yeah, like, you come out the gate not making sense.
The deflection of any and all criticism of the show. This statement was only put out, of course, because the actress herself, Moses Ingram, who portrayed Reva, received multiple racist...
Reva! And look at these. You're a diversity hire and you won't be loved or remembered for this acting role. You suck, loser. I have this theory. Well, let's continue. But I have a theory that I think makes a lot of sense about why actors of color who start working for Disney, and almost only when they start working for Disney and Marvel, they suddenly start getting a barrage of hate for no reason, even though they're not really that known. They start getting a barrage of hate for no reason. Suddenly, out of nowhere, inexplicably. Yeah, but we'll get to that later.
Herself, Moses Ingram, who portrayed Reva, received multiple race...
Hey, yo, Kenobi, you ain't finna run forever, white boy. Get back here, third sister Obi-Wan Kenobi. You have now been converted into the Saint George a Floydium of Star Wars. Are you happy? That shit doesn't even make sense. How the fuck does an alien know? I guess that's what that fucking says. I remember when someone was tackling this and they said they didn't want to show the messages because they were just so vitriolic and racist that they just couldn't. They were so disturbing. I don't know who the fuck that was, but from what I'm seeing, this is like, okay, whatever. I've seen worse.
And sexist comments in her DMs, which she promptly posted on Instagram when all this was going down. This isn't really anything new, however.
Yeah, because it's totally fucking manufactured. I'm not saying the actors are in on it. I don't think they are. But yeah, I love how suddenly, inexplicably, these people, like, when they start working for Disney and Marvel, they suddenly get a bunch of racist hate out of nowhere, even though they're not well-known actors, and nobody knew who they were before this. And how the fuck would they know what their handles are on social media? Why would someone go looking for you? That's why I think that Disney and Marvel hire staffers to harass their actors to drum up a bunch of outrage and shit. And then they use the our fans are racist card to shame them into liking the crap they're putting out. That's my theory. Because some of those messages don't even sound comprehensible. They probably hire either human staffers or bots to flood their inbox full of racist hate or sexist hate, whatever, and then like they basically stoking them into causing a stink online, and then they can use that for publicity for their trash. Which is really fucked up if you think about it, because you're sending your actors, like, you're basically emotionally abusing them into marketing your product. But the thing is, I don't put it past Disney Marvel. I don't put it past them. Not applicable, $2 super chat. Isn't anything anyone says also not our fault? Oh, yeah, ER as well. Like, someone was asking me favorite YouTubers. Yeah, ER. I forgot all about fucking ER. Yes, ER. I forgot. Okay. But yeah, that's my theory on that. I think because if they'll hire bots to say that the movie is good a dozen times to get shit trending, they'll send their actors hate. They'll send their actors hate in in the shadows. Like, you think they wouldn't do it, but they would.
We've seen this happen ever since 2016, the year which I like to call the anti-SJW soft reboot.
You're just as cringy as play, because it's like, logistically, I love how the people who make anti-woke videos are cringe, but then, like, you keep using these fucking phrases like anti-SJW, chud, and all this other bullshit, and you sound just as bad, if not worse. Like, if it's cringy one way, it's cringy the other way. Like, remember that. Damn it.
A situation I can think of off the top of my head is the Kelly Marie Tran situation, which occurred in 2018.
Which was never proven, by the way, because there were no screenshots, nothing. We just heard that she was harassed and then she disappeared.
Following the release,
at least I think she left social media. I'm not entirely sure, but there was no proof of anything from her. The people just said she was harassed.
Of The Last Jedi, unwarranted bigotry in her DMs, which essentially caused her to leave social media.
Okay, she did leave. But like I said, there was no proof of any, like, harassment, so.
And
like, could you use noise gates or noise suppression on your fucking footage? Are you outside? I hear motherfucking skateboarding in the background. Robot Chicken 670 and 199 super chat. Is that Will Wheaton? No, this guy's a little too chubby to be Will Wheaton. And Will Wheaton, like, he's fully capable of being cringe as himself in public. He wouldn't need to be under cover of darkness. He's totally secure enough to embarrass himself. What is that? Okay, never mind.
Despite all of this horrible stuff happening...
Is he filming this shit outside? Oh, God. I'm fine with you filming shit outside, but, this is not the video to do it because we have no like, unless you're going to use the outside as, like, a background. What are you doing it for? What you doing it for? Because I just hear people skateboarding and I hear insects and air in the background. No, it doesn't add anything to your video. Don't do it. Don't do it.
And I can't even believe...
Oh, we saw your eyes there, stupid. You gotta keep up the illusion of you being a shadowy edgelord.
I have to preface a video by saying this, but I'm going to anyway.
He's also wearing a hat, by the way, you can tell.
If you think that this opening paragraph, my opening statement, is a direct call out to you, or...
You directly called out 2 or 3 YouTubers as... If you think this is a direct call out, it is! You referenced 2 or 3 YouTubers. And specific fucking people. This whole time, what are you talking about? If you think this is a call out, it is! Like, Motherfuckers try to be slick. I'm not calling anybody out. But all these specific details that clearly specify certain types of people, yeah, that's bad.
Or anyone else you know, or a content creator you may watch, I want you to ask yourself why you think that is.
I think it's because you're not centered in the fucking video. It's all off to the left. Center yourself. I remember when I had to make the thumbnail, and I'd do a lot of like cropping and like rotating and arranging just to get his ass centered in the middle of the damn thumbnail. Yeah, that thumbnail you see like for the stream, I had to do that. That wasn't him. He doesn't know how to center his goddamn footage.
Obviously, I know that all of these fandoms are filled with the most passionate, empathetic, understanding, constructive people who...
Why'd you put pathetic in there with it? Like, please learn how to write a fucking script. I'm no expert at this. But I know, like, if you're trying to compliment people or even insult them, you don't do it like that. I don't know what the hell you were doing there.
Want to not only support, but create the content that they love. And yet, a lot of you still treat these actors, actresses, producers, directors...
I saw a fly! Fly into the footage! Oh boy. A fly flew right past his face! See, now I can't help but imagine a fly zooming directly into his mouth. If you think I'm calling you... Oh, damn it! I should have filmed this video indoors! This is so fucking dumb. Mackie Sky, $2 super chat. Loved your She-Hulk filter on Twitter. Gonna use it again. I don't know. Like, someone said you should, like, use the gimmick where, you know, where I'm in the She-Hulk filter, like, for a whole video. But I don't know how that's gonna work. I don't know. I don't know how that would work on TikTok. I would have to, like, really pull some bullshit out of my ass. Creatures of Chaos, $1.99 super chat. He looks like a cheap noir film. Oh, I wouldn't even give him that, to be honest.
Writers as less than human, unworthy of full recognition.
Less than human. Not applicable, $2 super chat. Better than fictional darling. 1,200 fewer teeth. Jesus.
Always something wrong with them. Oh, but let's create the 1,000th tweet on Twitter talking about how we're so excited that these VFX artists might unionize because...
Hey, what the hell is that on the screen? I don't know if y'all can see it, but I can. Look, there's this fucking dot right there that's not going away. And I know that's not me.
Because Marvel is overworking them. So excited that these VFX artists might 1,000th tweet something wrong with them. Oh, but let's create the 1,000th tweet on Twitter talking about how we're so excited that these VFX artists might unionize because Marvel is overworking them.
Apparently, calling out shitty writing is dehumanizing writers and actors and shit. No, and somehow that's it's hypocritical to call out how VFX artists are being mistreated. How is that hypocritical? One is calling out the studio, like, but not both in both situations. The studio and the people, like the creatives who are behind this shit and should be doing better, are being called out. So, like, what's the issue? What's your problem? Robot Chicken 670 $4.99 super chat. This guy probably follows women down dark alleyways in his free time. Probably. I mean, I don't understand his gripe here. That's not even on the same wavelength. I mean, well, it is, but like he's making it seem like one is hypocritical, one is contradicting the other, and it's not. You treat writers and actors as less than human, like calling them, saying that they suck at what they're doing because what they make and their performances suck is not dehumanizing. I'm sure you'll like I said. I'm sure he'll use that. Well, you send them racist hate, but like and plus, I thought you like, are you calling out specific people or not? Because I think it'd be best if you did. Strawman, $2 super chat. Man, is this Bohemian Rhapsody? Like, just say the racist in the fandom. Like, because I don't, it's confusing. He says, oh, I'm not specifically calling people out. If you think I am, you're probably the people I'm calling out. But then you want to make broad generalizations of the whole fandom? Like, what? You keep going back and forth with this.
And in the same breath, talk about how shitty the CGI looks in She-Hulk.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can't call it the VFX writer, oh my god, I keep calling them writers. You can't call out the VFX artist if you say how shitty, you can't support the VFX artists and say how shitty the VFX, like, no, you can do both. You can do both. You can acknowledge that it's the fault of the studio and their abuse of their VFX people. You can acknowledge that and say that it sucks at the same time, because you saying it sucks is kind of saying that the studio made it suck. Like, you can do both at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive. Awkward 101, $2 super chat. It's the crackling static across his face for me. Oh, he dramatically goes to turn off his camera. Oh, now we're really in for it, guys.
Coinciding with the impending release of She-Hulk.
Oh my god, his mic is better. Only slightly.
Multiple press releases flurried out into the cesspools of social media. Criticisms came out left and...
What the hell is this? What is this? And the caption you put in here is cut off. If you put it in here. But if you don't want us to see it, like, crop it out entirely? Like, what the fuck? Don't distract people with this. Weirdo monkey guy. $5 super chat. Been thinking, shouldn't Megan the Stallion be no longer here from shockwaves while standing behind She-Hulk clapping him cheeks. You know the thing is, I was gonna make a joke about that in one of my She-Hulk reactions. Like, oh yeah, I wonder if she clapped her cheeks, it would have the same effect as her clapping her arms. And I took it out because I was like, I don't know, the video was going on kind of long. It was cut for time, and I fucking regret it, because I feel like now everyone else is making the same damn joke. Happyish Gaming, $2 super chat. Hiya, just joined. Glad to be here. Glad to have you. John Smith, $5 super chat. No, I don't blame the artists for how bad She-Hulk looks. It's the studio and showrunner's fault. Bad VFX usually means they weren't given the time to do well. True. Not applicable. $2 super chat. Man, and these dopes call us the incels. Goddamn. Levi Ackerman, $5 super chat. This dude is like the real life version of the Simpsons comic book guy. Yeah, except the comic book guy was entertaining.
Right, with some being better than others. The usual stuff was there. It's cringe, the CGI is bad, which was warranted, by the way, because we do have recent confirmation that VFX artists at Marvel Studios are overworked and treated poorly. And even after we got that confirmation, y'all still wanted to complain despite knowing why it's like that.
That is not a point. That is not a goddamn point. That is not a gotcha. That is not a slam dunk, an alley-oop. That's nothing. You know why it's like that. They're being overworked, so you can't say it's shit. That's not how it works in the slightest. Because how the fuck you gonna know if there's anything wrong with the VFX artists? There's got to be a tell that they're being mistreated, and the tell is that the CGI fucking sucks. Because how the fuck else will we know? That should be a big ass fucking clue. Because ain't nobody gonna do their best fucking work if they're being overworked, underpaid, and mistreated. You dummy!
And if you think I'm doing the same thing with the statement, then watch the video over again 1,000 times until you understand where I'm coming from. I don't really know. The cast...
I don't really know. That's the most honest thing that's ever been said in a fucking video essay. Well, I don't really know. Just being honest. Yeah, I don't really know shit. Fuck it. I throw my hands up in the air sometimes, singing Ayo. I don't fucking know. She-Hulk star Tatiana Maslany, director and writer, to defend Marvel's CGI criticism. If you want to defend him, why don't you just fucking pay him?
The cast and crew made multiple statements about how they acknowledge how the VFX artists are overworked and about how the CGI quality...
Okay, I feel incredibly, differential to how talented these artists are and how quickly they have to work, obviously, much quicker than quicker than probably should be given to them in terms of churning these things out. Maslany told reporters during a virtual panel for the upcoming Disney Plus series at the Television Critics Association Summer Press Tour Wednesday. Jessica Gao, who is head writer on the series, added, "It's terrible that a lot of artists feel rushed and feel that the workload is too massive. I mean, I think everybody on this panel stands in solidarity with all the workers and is very pro good working conditions." Okay, so y'all didn't, here's the thing. Y'all didn't boycott and just not went to any kind of panels or anything. Y'all still show up to the panels and collected y'all money. You could have showed solidarity and be like, yeah, this show sucks. The workers are getting mistreated. I'm not fucking endorsing this shit. I'm not doing any press tour shit until they get properly paid and properly taken care of. That's what I would have done. Because all you gotta do is just not show up. That's enough, because if you're not marketing it, if the word's not going to get out, and then the show's going to suffer. I mean, the show's still already suffering, because it's shit, regardless, but still. She-Hulk director Kat Coiro, noted that while she's worked with the VFX artists on the show, we're not behind the scenes on these long nights and days. If they're feeling pressure, we stand with them and we listen to them if they're being pressured. I like that. That was thrown in there. Maslany, Gao, and Coiro had been asked by a journalist about their experiences with the She-Hulk VFX artist and how you feel about the finished product, noting that there have been numerous accounts lately that VFX houses please zoom out. Zoom the screen cap out a little bit, because sometimes sometimes the timeline bar will get in the way. There have been numerous cancellations. They are feeling incredibly crushed by the studios in general, and Marvel keeps getting called out.
Did need some work, and then the director decided to talk about it, with her statement specifically talking about that particular crowd of people that complained about her body, the same crowd of people who said Alloy didn't look feminine enough.
Oh god. I love how, are you validating this bitch's... she clearly said this to deflect from the criticism that the VFX artists are being mistreated. That's what that was. And you're fucking validating this shit? While also saying, oh yeah, I support them, but you shouldn't complain that they make a bad product and call out the fact that they're being mistreated. That totally makes sense after they did a half-assed, oh, I stand with you, sister, bullshit with the VFX artists. That math just didn't add up for him. That didn't seem like a deflection from criticism at all for him. But of course not. First, director Kat Coiro responded to those who have chided the show for not making star Tatiana Maslany's green alter ego even bulkier. In terms of the CGI being critiqued, I think that has to do with our culture's belief in its ownership of women's bodies. Whatever. Coiro said at the show's Television Critics Association press tour panel Wednesday. I think a lot of the critique comes from the feeling like they're able to tear apart the CGI woman. And this did not seem like a deflection. This is from the same. It seems like it's from the same interview, the same exact fucking interview. Even if it wasn't, this is clearly a deflection from criticism. To shut up, yeah. Oh, you're criticizing you're criticizing this work and criticizing that these VFX artists might be abused. You're sexist. You just want to control women's bodies. There's a lot of talk about her body type, and we based it on Olympian athletes and not bodybuilders. For one thing, she doesn't look anywhere near, like, She-Hulk doesn't look anywhere near Olympian or, like, a bodybuilder, like, at all. She looks like Tatiana Maslany, but taller. That's it! Taller and a bigger fucking head of hair. But I think if we had gone the other way, we would be facing the same critique. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Now, if we're talking about the same quality of CGI, despite her body being different, no, like, the quality still would have been criticized because you're still overworking your VFX artists and it still looks like shit. I think it's very hard to win when you make women's bodies. Oh, shut the fuck up.
That complained about her body, the same crowd of people who said Alloy didn't look feminine enough, the same crowd of people who said Abby didn't look feminine enough.
Because she basically a man. She basically had a man's body with a woman's head attached. I mean, they even showed that, like, they just took a woman's head, a pretty woman's head, and put it on some, like, bodybuilder body. And it doesn't even fucking match. And when you look at the game, like, that's clearly a dude's body. Like, there's no femininity in that body. Like, even just because a woman is buff doesn't automatically mean she looks like a fucking man. It's still a woman's body, a muscular woman's body. There's plenty of female bodybuilders who have a feminine shape despite being very muscular. So that was a fucking cop out. When they were saying, well, see, we based it on a woman's body. Well, you fuck that woman's body up. you fuck the pretty girl's head who you slapped on the body. You fucked up her face too. You fucked it up. And I'm willing to bet you did it on purpose.
And used that particular talking point to invoke transphobia as well. And the crowd of people who, like...
What?
Crowd
Transphobia
of people who said Abby didn't look feminine enough, and used that particular talking point to invoke transphobia as well.
She's not trans, so what? She ain't trans. She's just a chick, a poorly made chick in a video game, which you'd think feminists would be, like, critical of. Like, you can't make a woman's body, she gotta look like shit? Why do women's bodies always look like shit? You think they criticize it, but no, because they're fucking, they're idiots. Not applicable, $2 super chat. Speaking of heads not matching bodies, Az is here. Oh, he is? Where the fuck did he go? Oh, he put a little dabbing emoji. Hello, Az. Sorry, I'm kind of late to the party of, welcoming you. CEO of MSA, Joey Joestar. Joey Joestar, $5 super chat. Hey, Miss Longbone, did the sandy cheeks looking woman flag your video yet? No. As I said before, I don't think she would go after me. So, Monique Brown, $2 super chat. Hey, Jay, will there be a Craft Legacy reaction? I'm going to come out with a review. I'm still working on that. There's so much stuff that I want to do. I'm not going to tell you the order of anything I'm going to come out with, because that's just, it curses everything I want to make. So I'm not going to say, but I am coming out with Gotham High Part 5 first. And then from there, wherever my creativity takes me is where it takes me. Oh, Joester, not just... Now you tell me. Well, it's my fault. I said it once and it had a good ring to it. I think my brain was like, yeah, it has a good ring to it. Just keep saying it like that. And it just took on a whole life of its own from there. So I'm sorry. But yeah, thank you, Joey Joester, for correcting me. All right, let's get back to it.
And the crowd of people who, like, do this shit. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
What? The fuck you talking? To prepare for the new MCU show, we got to study the body of work from the lead of the show. So here it is. Look at the body, especially that ass. Okay, one person tweeted out what I'm guessing is a screenshot of her from one of her shows, possibly Orphan Black, of her being half naked or some shit. Okay, who cares?
And because everyone on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube have so much thoughtful and relevant insight on the subjects they talk about, they decided that this was the director deflecting any and all criticism.
Yes! It was! It was. Unless you have some proof that it wasn't. But I don't think that it wasn't. I think it was. So.
Because she decided to talk about sexism in the fandom?
Because she associated the criticism of the CGI to controlling women's bodies, which was a deflection. It's to make you feel guilty for even considering criticizing the CGI. Like, how fucking dumb are you that you can't pick up on simple acts of deception? It's a guilt trip. Come on. Y'all have grandmothers, don't you? Or shit, fuck it, mothers, shit.
I guess. And then the show finally...
Oh, you guess. Unless that was a sarcastic guess. I can't tell because he's been monotone this entire fucking time.
...finally dropped. I fucking loved it. Full disclosure...
Wait, rewind it.
She decided to talk about sexism in the fandom, I guess? And then the show finally dropped. I fucking loved it.
Of course you did. Of course you did.
Full disclosure, I was one of those people that complained about MCU Hulk post-Endgame. And while I do still hate what I feel was a lazy development of his character, I actually like him here.
Yeah, okay, I hate the lazy development of his character, but I really love the continuation of the lazy development of his character. Why don't people listen to themselves when they speak? Ugh. This is why I really, because if you know, like, if, I don't know if it, you know, none of you probably know me in real life, but this is why I rarely ever speak. Number one, because, yeah, I do have a shy streak. I don't really like talking that much. But I also, because, so I can think about what the fuck I'm gonna say before I say it. So I can examine, like, so I can, like, look at, you know, I can tell, so I can tell when people are, so I can read the room, basically. Kobe O, $4.99 Super Chat. Can't really say sexism in the fandom when there's no fandom for this show. True. Yeah, this is why I really, because people who like talking a fucking lot, end up sounding really dumb because they're too worried about talking and not worried enough about observing and thinking.
And I like the idea of where they were going a lot more after this episode. As far as I'm concerned, the MCU fixed Smart Hulk for me.
No, they didn't. Tyler Castro, you know he doesn't listen to himself when he edits because he will die of boredom otherwise. True.
I didn't like him before, but now I think he's kind of cool.
Explain why. Because in my opinion, they made him worse. Much worse. Yeah, I didn't like the whole Smart Hulk thing anyway, the dabbing and shit, but they doubled down on the cringe. In my opinion, like in Endgame, he dabbed, and then he said "bruh" and She-Hulk, like trying to relate to the young people. Why? I mean, at least in Endgame, it made sense because he was talking to kids, and he was like, "Oh, my kid fans, let me try to relate to them for a minute," like because he is a big green monster after all, and it's kind of like I think for him, he has to be kind of performative sometimes, and try to look relatable because he is a big green fucking monster. And I think he might be like, you could read into it that he's still insecure about how he comes off to people, despite him being a perfect balance of the Hulk and himself. You could read into that. You could. I can't read into that in She-Hulk though. That shit's nowhere to be found, in my opinion. That little bit of a possible subtlety.
By the way, I'm just saying, some action figure company has to give me a figure of his fit in this episode, plus the bar as a diorama. I would buy in a heartbeat. I don't care. By the
Why
way,
not?
I'm just saying, some action figure company has to give me a figure of his fit in this episode, plus the bar as a diorama. I would buy in a heartbeat. I don't
You mean the bar that got demolished? Joey Joester, $2 super chat. Is Mickey holding this guy hostage to say this? Probably. Thunderclap Clad. He only likes Hulk now because it better bolsters his defense of the show outside of defending everything else as well. Yeah. Dreamy, not dream, I think. His fit, so like his shorts. I think he means like his whole outfit. Or like I guess. I don't know. I think this motherfucker is using slang incorrectly.
I don't care if it's like $80 or $90. Like,
Yeah, I know you little consumer.
buying that shit.
I'm buying that shit. You're not gonna buy it with your little piddling YouTube channel. No offense, but like I was saying, like, dude, I would totally buy like a $80 or $90 piece of garbage off of a garbage show that's not like, because in my opinion, you should only buy figurines if they're going to double in worth later on in time, and that's not going to happen with these little throwaway Phase 4 films and TV shows. Come on. You're not going to, like, if you decide to sell the shit for some money back, like for whatever reason, you're not gonna make a profit because nobody cares about this shit. John Smith, $2 super chat. You think his wife's boyfriend wants the bar too? Prince, you know damn well he doesn't have a wife or a wife's boyfriend. Prince Conrad, 790 MYR. Hell yeah, live NOC. What the hell happened? A lot. A hell of a lot.
Especially like Jen's characterization. Despite the differences with her comic counterpart, I think enough themes and ideas from the
Enough themes! The themes! The themes!
comics are still there for me to go along with it.
They're not, well, you see, that's the thing. I haven't read any of the comics, but I listen to what fans have to say. And from what they've said, no, it's not there. They try to make it look like it's there, but it's not there. Her twerking with Megan Thee Stallion, she's totally would have done that in the comics. Probably, but under completely different fucking circumstances, and it wouldn't have been that fucking embarrassing. Caitlin Trigg, $5 super chat, just popped in. Gonna start the stream over to catch up. Much love, Jay. Much love to you too.
At least if my predictions are correct. I think my absolute favorite part of the episode,
if my predictions are correct. Now, this was in August 20th, by the way. His views could have changed since then.
was when Bruce and Jen had a laugh and bonded over talking about the bar and Bruce's time with Tony. That being said, I do have some concerns, specifically about how they'll exactly handle Jennifer's arc.
Ain't gonna be no arc. I saw episode 6 last night. Ain't no arc. She's the same level of cunt every goddamn episode. She ain't gonna be no arc. There is no arc. Nothing. And there's still no Daredevil, by the way. Spoiler alert. Oh, and by the way, now like this isn't really like a big this isn't really like a big loss, but there's not going to be I'm not going to really make a reaction for episode 6. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a summary in the beginning of the reaction for episode 7. This is basically a sum up of everything that happened in episode 6, because it's basically nothing happened. It's even less of an episode than episode 2. So I'm just going to give like a recap of episode 6, like a previously on, and then I'm actually going to react to episode 7. Just letting y'all know. If you expect an episode 6, it ain't coming. I still got my editor working on episode 4, and then he's going to work on episode 5, but episode 6, that's not happening. Oh god, it was so nothing. Ministry of Wrongthink? $9.99 super chat. The Cat Mom She-Hulk writers make me want to apologize to cats because if I were owned by insufferable middle-aged women like this, I toss crap off the counter and barf in the corner too. Jesus. John Smith, I wouldn't blame you if you just wanted to save your vitriol for when Daredevil shows up. Oh yeah. Because mostly, like, I was pissed that, okay, we got teased for her outfit and Daredevil, and we got neither of those things. No hints, no after credit scene, nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Now, if I was a fan of this show, I'd be really fucking angry. This would be the moment I'd wake up and be like, is this show treating me like I'm fucking dumb? So yeah, I'd rather save my best haymakers for episode 7, because episode 6 was nothing.
My prediction, based on what we're given in this episode, is that eventually she'll realize that being a Hulk is hard and requires responsibility and understanding.
Wasn't that the reason she didn't want to be a Hulk? She already knew that. That's why she didn't want to be one in the first fucking place. Because it would be too hard. Like she laid it all out, episode 1. Even though she did it like a bitch. Like, why would you want this life for me, Bruce? Like, always be... That's not an arc, because she already fucking believes that. She already knows it's gonna be hard. That's why she didn't want to do it. Excuse me. Kobe O, 199 Super Chat. Previously on She-Hulk, nothing happened. MCU theme.
And that she has to be a superhero whether she likes it or not. She'll also learn that despite her experiences and outlook on who she should be, she doesn't have to conform in order to be valid.
The fuck does that mean? What does that mean? Conform to what? Conform to what?
The reason I think this, and the reason that I'm okay with the changes to her characterization, is I think the writers are still keeping the spirit of what her character and her Hulk form and human self all represent, but conveying it in a different way.
In a very cunty, uninteresting, cringy way.
I feel that in this series, her Hulk form represents an exaggerated form of who she already is.
No shit! No, yeah, that's a bad thing. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. That is not a good... Ugh. Her ropey arms and shit. She's not even buff like she's supposed to be. She's got some definition, but she's not... She's supposed to look like a hot buff chick. Like everything that she's not. She's not supposed to look like an exaggerated version of herself. She's supposed to look like a hot buff chick. Claire Jagels? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. 199 Super Chat. Yeah, I caught a stream. Stay awesome, Queen. Thank you. Gambam07. She valued her career rather than realizing that being a superhero is hard, which is worse.
And feels like she has to be. But deep down inside, she has not achieved the balance she thinks she has, and is struggling quite a bit with her purpose and self-image. She does, and will have a lot to learn, as Bruce said. Does that mean
she hasn't... Is episode 6? We're on episode 6, and she has learned nothing. What has she learned? Like nothing. Oh, no, fuck it. She has learned something, that if a hot guy validates your self-image, then you then can embrace that self-image. That even continued that shit in episode 6. Some hot Asian dude comes up to her at a wedding and is like, oh yeah, I think you're awesome, blah, 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 blah. And he doesn't even know her, by the way. He knew her for like 2 seconds. 2 seconds! He talked to her for 2 seconds while she was drunk. No. While she wasn't drunk, and then while she was drunk. And then suddenly he knew exactly who the fuck she was as a human being and said she was great. And of course, the motherfucker's hot. Of course. Because you can't, a man can only validate your self-image if he's hot. That's the only way that you can, lower yourself as a woman, if it's on behalf of a hot person. So.
She can't bring up any valid points herself about her experience as a woman and her experience in general as a human being? Absolutely not. She's totally valid when she brings up that shit. And I mean, I also
Well, she brings up that
points
shit.
To learn, as Bruce said. Does that mean she can't bring up any valid points herself about her experience as a woman and her experience in general as a human being? Absolutely not. She's totally valid when she brings up that shit.
No. What she brought up was not valid. Like, she could have brought up some valid shit. Oh, but like in this, remember, this is a Disney Plus show. We can't have her be like raped by several men and then spinning a tale about that, because that's a little too much for the kids. So she had to softball some shit with some catcalling, as if that's even on par. Like, I hate when people say, no, every experience is valid. Shut the fuck up. No, it's not. Not every experience is valid. Some experiences are more valid than others. And I've said this before. If you cannot be at a woman's conference. You cannot have like a woman's conference about feminism and have one group of women who were attacked, who had acid attacks and who were like honor raped or whatever, and then a group of women who were just catcalled. It's just not, no. No, some experiences are just not valid in the grand scheme of things. Even if it's just like two different perspectives, like sometimes they're just not valid. Sometimes you just shut up. Just shut up. If it's not that serious, if at all, like, just shut up. Just stop talking. And that's what it was in this situation. Even like if you were to put her up against any woman in the MCU, it still wouldn't be comparable. It still wouldn't. You'd still be like, shut up, Jen. You haven't gone through a fucking thing. Awkward 101, $5 super chat. Jay, in your opinion, what is the most annoying fandom you've been a part of? The SVU fandom was really insufferable for a while. Especially with the shipping shit. I had to get out of that. And I just stopped watching the show in general because it just got bad. The Z-Dirter, his voice makes the concept of oblivion sound fun. Budget Brick, yeah, there's no way she will learn anything because Phase 4 of Marvel is just women are good, men are pathetic. That's what it basically was. Yeah, essentially she's just like a Barbie doll for the female writers. That's about it. Abigail, SVU shipping what? Like Ellie and Olivia, of course. I mean, I get why they get shipped. I know it kind of sounds inappropriate to ship them, but like, hey, the showrunners are actually doing it now. They're actually playing with actually getting them together. So, how inappropriate is it anymore? CEO of Virginity, SVU? Yeah, SVU, Special Victims Unit, Law and Order. That show. There was a fandom, and yeah, it was fucking intolerable at one point. It probably still is now that the show's gone downhill. Because usually crappy shows have the worst fandoms.
And I mean, I also have a feeling that Bruce will have a lot to learn from Jennifer too.
Like what? How to trading your self-worth for a man's fucking approval? Because that seems to be the most significant thing of Jen's character this season. That's it. That's all. Those are the only reoccurring themes and the only arc she is going through. She's becoming the worst. She's getting worse.
I think his arc will revolve around everything he said in this episode, and that he'll learn that just because he's achieved peace with Hulk and has learned to control himself doesn't mean he's living his life to the fullest, at least not yet. He'll have to learn that you don't have to resort to another extreme just because you want to get away from one extreme. And
okay, yeah, I don't know what you're saying there either. Awkward 101, $5 super chat. RESVU, are you catching organized crime this season, and have you kept up with it? Not really. When I think about all the other shows that I'm watching, it's like, do I really need to watch this one? I don't know. I just fell out of love with the whole SVU thing. I mean, it's nice to see Stabler on screen again, but at the same time, it's not really the Stabler I know and that I like. Because he's not like, he doesn't freak out like he used to. Let the motherfucker freak out. Let him unload on a motherfucker. There's nothing wrong with that. At least in, fiction, there's nothing wrong with that. Guardian Fortress, 1999 Super Chat. And also, like, one of the SVU actors is now, like, talking shit about the show that she took money from now. Saying the show is a cop propaganda. It's like, bitch, so you just now realizing that. Because apparently, if it was always cop propaganda, then where the fuck were you when you were on the show? Where the fuck were these thoughts when you were on the show? You were all too happy to take money from propagandists and to perpetuate that shit. But now you want to talk shit. Now that you're not on the show anymore. But you know what it was? She probably wanted to be invited back and they didn't invite her. And then she was like, oh, this is fucking propaganda. Or they probably didn't give her residuals or some shit. It's probably all about some money bullshit. I bet money. I bet you. Yeah, that's all it is. Guardian Fortress 1999 Super Chat. Jen has the most first world problems ever for a superpowered person. If she cared about responsibility as much as she does, then she would carry herself more professionally. True. John Smith, $5 Super Chat. Agreed. When I see Stabler on new SVU, I just think you were so much better in Happy Maloney, and this character was better written decades ago. Yeah, true.
And you can still be a normal person despite being a Hulk. He also hasn't found true balance, at least not yet. I feel like the main themes that the show is going for revolve around self-worth, vulnerability, power,
self-worth, which is what She-Hulk has zero of.
Compassion, understanding yourself and others, what it means to be human, and most important,
what it means to be human? Huh? What? What are you getting at?
Importantly, balance. If I did
balance. After seeing so many episodes thus far, because August 20th, what was that, episode 2, at least? What was that, episode 1? That was episode 1. This was right around episode 1. Because I think the air date, the premiere date was the 18th. So this is around episode 1. Jesus, you were making a lot of assumptions based on nothing.
Didn't already make that clear by how many times I repeated that word. At least from what I'm seeing at the moment. Like I said before, I don't claim any of these as definitive statements. I'm just going on.
People are big mad about She-Hulk. Hold on. People are big mad about She-Hulk. A defense. I'm just saying.
My interpretations based on what I've seen from this first episode. Now that my take is out of the way, I'd like to go over what I'm sure all of you are here for. The haters.
The haters. Here we go. Budget Brick. This doesn't know that Jen's job is to be a lawyer, that the comic at least try to add it to her life. None of the She-Hulk show court cases did anything but waste time, even ones that are needed. Yeah, I know. Ugh. I mean, excuse me. I burped. When the writers say, you're trying to make a court show, and then the writers come out and say, "Oh, we can't write court shows." Kobe O, 199 Super Chat. What it means to be human, twerk, twerk, twerk. Yeah, what it means to be human is to twerk, twerk, twerk.
The main...
Oh, these motherfuckers. That wasn't a good usage of a clip either. You cut away too quickly. As an editor, this is giving me hives.
Criticism from this first episode is as follows. Jen invalidates Bruce's experiences and says hers are more important than his.
She does.
She should know about Bruce's past and experiences and should not be trying to undermine him.
Yeah, she should know, because they're apparently close family relatives. That's what the show wants to make us believe. And yet she doesn't know about all the things he's gone through. Despite the fact that they would be public record, like a lot of them.
The scene in which this particular crowd of people are talking about is this one, in which Bruce is trying to put Jennifer through this therapy program that he's developed. She desperately wants to leave and get back to her own life, and Bruce is trying to get her to understand that maybe she doesn't have it all figured out yet and needs more control.
So when do you think I can leave?
Let's just focus on each day as they come, Jen.
Oh, are you really like fast forwarding the video in your video? Like, I can't stand it when people do that. Arturo Vegas, $10 super chat, sending love from Guatemala. Glad to catch you live again. Thank you. Budget Brick, remember people hated on us because we were making assumptions on the trailer alone, but this guy's making assumptions on what he think the show will do. Yeah, you know, like of course, like a lot of people who defend crappy shows are just filled with hypocrisy. You can't decide that it's gonna be and then they do the exact same thing.
She says that she does.
Well, here's the thing, Bruce. I'm great at controlling
Your editing is shit.
my anger. I do it all the time.
And cites how she has to control her anger countless times due to the numerous acts of sexism she has to face on a daily basis.
When I'm catcalled in the street, when it comes
Is catcalling really sexism? I don't think that in itself. I don't think it's sexism. It's just it's some obnoxious bullshit. Yes, but I don't know sexism. Yeah, because anybody could do it. Maui 23 $5 super chat. Jay, have you noticed that major franchises start to promote people of color and women in more lead roles when the franchise is nosediving, not before? Yeah.
and explain my own area of expertise to me.
This, of course, causes her to Hulk out.
I'm an expert at controlling my anger because I do it infinitely more than you.
There's no maybe.
So all of this just feels like projecting a lot of shit onto me.
Which she claims was done intentionally by her, but it's clear that she was getting mad at the moment and is arrogant in terms of how she feels about her control over herself.
Also, this Hulk game looks terrible. Like, all you do is running around one fucking map. Like, one, like, small contained map just throwing shit. This looks like such a terrible game.
This leads to Bruce and Jennifer equally calling each other out on their bullshit.
Equally? I don't think it's equal at all, but okay. Do you, bro.
Which leads to a brawl. Said brawl ends with Bruce getting really upset and weakly conceding to her being able to leave.
At least he admits that he was weakly conceding.
Let's break this down. What motivates Jennifer in this scene? She's already frustrated.
Like nothing, basically. This is a man telling her what to do. That's the only motivation, from what I could see.
Because her life is possibly ruined because of her newfound condition. Her cousin is making her stay and do these exercises, and from her perspective, forcing her to become a super...
How is Hulk running up that... The gameplay is distracting me because it's really stupid. How the hell is he running up the goddamn building? Like, his feet must be made of like rubber. Because how is he running up the... Let me just listen.
Superhero. She wants to get back to her life and in her mind has demonstrated that she'll be fine at controlling herself, but her cousin keeps avoiding and delaying, which causes her to get frustrated. Her words are harsh, and while she is understandably frustrated with her current position, she also does not allow herself to think it through all the way. This scene clearly demonstrates that while she believes that she has control, deep down inside she is just as battered as her cousin could be, or probably is.
No, because they have not experienced the same fucking things. I don't believe they're the same amount of damaged. Get the fuck out of here. Jawan Bates, $5 super chat. Oh god, it's Batwoman all over again. Yes. John Smith, this game footage makes me miss my GameCube.
She's a self-made woman, firm in her beliefs, her job, her work, but she doesn't really know how to live. While her Hulk form may be a part of her, it does not encompass all of her and is merely a mask, a projection of what she feels she needs to be, as I said earlier. What?
That's gibberish. That is garbled English.
Motivates Bruce in this scene. He clearly cares for his cousin and empathizes with his current predicament because he himself has been in this situation. He's the Hulk. He's had to live with the struggle of being one for years, being treated like a monster, having various psychological problems, and not having the luxuries of a personal life. He thinks that Jennifer isn't ready, and is thinking out of fear. He does not want her to end up like him, but what he doesn't realize is that she is not him, and because she's not him, she can let go and have that personal life he never had.
Is it the same fucking logic? We're different people. That's why I don't need to listen to you fucking lecture to me. Even though we're going through the same fucking thing right now. Even though like there's a good chance that I could go through the same thing you do. By the way, like, isn't that just like a plot contrivance? That's just something because they can't do the same thing that they did with Endgame or like anything that has anything to do with the Hulk during the first 3 phases of the MCU. They can't do that. Because they want to do like a stupid fucking feminist romantic comedy type shit. So they got to say, well, we're different people. I'm not going to go through any of that stuff. Yeah, because your show is fucking dumb. And it does like the bare minimum in terms of storytelling. Of course of course. But still, like, we have to, we have to like follow what the show is telling us, and like we have to follow what the show is setting up. And bitch, like, you are infused with gamma radiation just like he is. There is a chance that you could fuck up and do something crazy, like we don't know. It would help to get fucking advice from someone who's going through the same goddamn thing. It would help. But like the whole fucking excuse is like, oh, we're not the same people, so we don't have to fucking listen to each other. What does that make any fucking sense? Teddyphobia, $5 super chat. Finally caught you live so I can simp for you. Just want to say I love your content and your contagious laughter. Oh, thank you.
Bruce, in his efforts to control the beast, really has not understood also what it means for him to live. He ended up alone, isolated from his friends and family, and even when he did come to terms with his condition, he still didn't allow himself to be whole, to fully heal, to let more people in, to...
Yeah, like, I'm sure, but I think Endgame kind of ruins that for you. I mean, him signing, like, these young fans, like, him autographing shit for young fans and dabbing with them and trying to integrate and, like, be, personable. I guess you kind of miss that shit. Like I said, not the most ideal thing, because he was dabbing, ugh. But, that shows he was trying to be personable. There was attempt being made. Don't ignore that just so you can simp for the show.
To be Bruce Banner again. So why...
Joseph the Gamer, 15, $4.99 super chat. Have you watched the Amazing Lucas take on the Little Mermaid? Plus, you're funny. Nah, like, the Amazing Lucas. Yeah, I try not to watch his videos at all. Like, he's not really relevant anymore, so, yeah.
Why did people not like it? I mean, with everything I've described, the fact that this show has laid out the journeys that these characters are about to embark on, and the fact that they did it in such an adequate manner...
According to you.
Why is it considered bad by quite a few people?
I'm sure you're going to tell us why, and I'm sure these reasons will not be biased or, or centered in any kind of thing that could be described as ist-phobic or whatever.
Well, for starters, let's take a look at the invalidating his experiences point. There are a few counters you can make to this, but I'm mostly going to stick with 2 main ones unless the need arises. Jennifer starts the scene as clearly impatient and trying to leave, which is understandable, again, given the current situation. I'm sure we've all had experiences in our own lives where we've been...
Yeah, whatever, just get on with it. get on with it. That the dispute is not that why does she want to get out? Like, that's not really what the problem people have with that. Yeah, everyone understands that she might not want to, like, be there doing that. That's not the problem. So stop fucking over-explaining this part. You're the last motherfucker. Like, you just over-explaining the wrong shit.
Placed into a tough predicament and have had to sit in it for what feels like centuries, despite it only being maybe for a week or even a month, maybe even a year. You're put in such a dire situation that your entire reality collapses around you and you feel like you're forced to stay in it.
Her reality was collapsing. This is not... What show are you watching? This is a show that, like, her arch nemesis is a fucking influencer who, like, and they have bitch fights every now and then, and, like, it's centered around such superficial bullshit like that. What is this, these deep themes you're getting? I don't get it.
That you can't escape and fear that you'll lose what was once yours forever. In her case, it's her life that she's come to know up until this point, her reality. And in that particular situation where you're a Hulk now, and anything relating to it, you're bound to get angry, want to punch something, want to yell and scream at someone.
Really? Because she didn't seem to punch drunk before that. She seemed like, oh, look, I'm nailing all these tests and stuff you're putting me through. I'm having, like, she seemed like really... The only time she seems like she's having fun is when she's shitting on some man. And it seems like she was having the time of her life up until that point.
You're bound to make mistakes, such as saying rude things you don't really mean in the heat.
Oh, Antoinette Marion, 199 Super Chat. Is this guy Quentin Reviews? He does sound like him, doesn't he? Like the same monotone, boring voice and the same bad videos.
Heat of the moment to a family member, taking your aggression out on them. And if you're really stubborn, you'll sit on that for a week or even a month.
Stop! Who gives a shit? Move on! Oh, like, do you know how human beings sometimes get mad and frustrated with their surroundings? Yeah.
Before finally coming to terms with what you did. This doesn't mean you necessarily don't give a shit about your family member or even hate.
No, move on.
It means you're fucking human. You let your.
It means you're fucking human.
Because you're.
If only they wrote the character to actually be human.
You let it all out because you're fucking tired, and you'll especially be tired when, from your perspective, after all your suffering, your family member decides to bring up their own shit instead of just listening or letting you go.
Oh, you mean like her? Is that what you would describe it? Because when did she suffer at any point during when she, like, the time she was there? What you talking about? You better be describing Bruce in the situation, because that ain't Jen. The fuck you talking about?
I can guarantee that every single one of you watching this video has been in a situation like this and have lashed out at people you care about and regretted it later. You've been in situations like that where you thought at the time...
This is not applicable to this. No, but, like, that's the thing. That's why everyone hates this, because they would put themselves in that situation and be like, I wouldn't do that. That's kind of... You're kind of a horrible person, because that was a very shitty thing to do that I wouldn't even think of doing. That's why people hate it. That's why people hate it so much. Phantom Glean, sorry. $5 super chat. Speaking of, it's Batwoman all over again. I believe thus far, Tatiana has been forced in every episode thus far. Is anyone even interested in her? Nope. Because she doesn't do any fucking thing. Like I said, the sum of their rivalry has been, oh, you stole my stuff, and you think you're better than me, and we're girls, and we hate each other. That's basically it. She doesn't do shit. They waited too long to bring her back, and when they did, it was over some petty shit. Yeah, her completely wasted character. Budget Brick, Jen is anything but human in the show. In fact, she's just a late 30-year-old wine drinker who probably has 5 cats minimal. Takobo, I think. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. £2 super chat. Dude's low-key dissing women with his low expectations. Yeah.
And maybe a while after that, yeah, I was fucking right, and they were being unreasonable and not listening to me. And if you say that's never happened to you...
No one would say that. Move the fuck on. See, he's trying to drum up sympathy for this fucking character, excuse me, and staving off vitriol that no one's giving. Like, the vitriol comes into, like, her dismissing his experiences. Nobody gives a shit that she got frustrated with somebody she loved. We don't like the character because she completely dismisses what he's gone through and makes it all about her. Okay, whatever. Your parents were abusive. Okay, you didn't have people. Okay, but like I could not have my job. I get catcalled. Like what?
Not even with like a friend or something. Then I want to know what magical therapist treated you or what kind of stress medicine you take, because I really want your life. The way
I'm sure you do. I mean, you film videos outside and like Todd in the shadows, of course. I'd want a better life too.
Jennifer talks about what she has to deal with just sounds like she's already fed up with life and hates the fact that she has to...
Fed up with life? We don't even get a window into how stressful her life is. And I'm sorry, that little opening scene with that nothing character interrupting her and giving her notes, this is not good enough. Not good enough at all.
Stay in control constantly, or at least what society and the people around her define as control. That, along with now being a Hulk and the possibility of having her life ruined, plus her practically being forced by her cousin to be a superhero. Again, I'm looking at this from her perspective, and her feeling like she's not listened to in the way she wants. Yeah, you're...
That's Blonsky in the game? He looks a lot more chatty. Way more Chad than, oh my god, I already forgot his name. Oh, Tim Roth. Like, way more Chad than Tim Roth, but, you know, whatever.
You're gonna fucking lash out at that point. Now, the real question is the show aware of her also not fully listening and understanding Bruce?
No.
I think it is.
Of course you do. Look, John Smith, $5 super chat, progressive feminist show, has two women getting catfights over the amount of attention they get at, the amount of attention they got at someone else's wedding. Yeah. So empowering to women. Batgirl Wild 7, $4.99 super chat. I was just watching Baggage Claim before this. Did a good job explaining why Phase 4 sucks. I recommend her. I'm gonna need you and Tara to do a crossover. Baggage Claim, too. Well, I'll look that up. I think the show is totally aware. It's episode 6, and the show has shown that they are not aware. This is the same temperature the character's going to be throughout the entire season. There's no arc, no learning. She's going to be a cunt throughout the whole show. It's just how it is. Because she is not made to be a character. She's made to be a mouthpiece for the politics of the writers and directors and whoever the hell else is working on the show. Got not no fucking, like, she ain't gonna be no character. You fool. You dink.
First off, this is just the first episode. We haven't even gotten through the full show yet.
Well, episode 6. To be fair, this video is on episode 1, but like, you are also judging the show based on the first episode. You're also basing the entire show on one episode. Just because you're doing it positively doesn't make it any more valid. It's any more or less valid. No, it doesn't make it any more valid. Sorry. And someone judging the show negatively on the first episode doesn't make it any less valid. I mean, like, if you have a preference for garbage, fine. But the show is still shit, logistically. It's not funny. It's not interesting. Characters are nothing. Like, especially some of the side characters. Like, holy shit. Logistically, the show is just bad. Generally. Like I said, sorry if you like it. It's alright if you see, well, it's not alright if you see good things about it. It's not alright because you're you're full of shit. But it's okay to like the show. It's okay to actually like it. But I'm pretty sure your reasons for liking it are stupid.
I understand the pilot is supposed to get you hooked, but like
it's supposed to be the intro to, like, it's supposed to give you a feel for what the season is supposed to be. And if the feeling ain't right, people are gonna be like, they gonna break out, they gonna bounce. Like, I'm not watching this shit. I'm not surprised by the people. There are people who you would think would hate watch it and make videos on it, who were like, who saw the first episode and were like, no. I'm not holding anything against them, because, I mean, who wouldn't ditch the show after the first episode? I mean, like, episode 2 and 6 are complete nothing burgers. They got nothing going on. And like episode 6, I'm just skipping. I'm just gonna do like a mini summary in the beginning of the reaction for episode 7, because it's just nothing. And so, I understand why you would look at the first, if the first episode of a show is complete trash, I can understand why you would drop the show. Because it's supposed to show you the climate of what to expect the whole season. And if what you see, or what you should expect, is garbage, then you're not gonna watch the rest of it.
it'd be different if this was like an hour long and portrayed as a standalone full-fledged arc like Daredevil was.
Speaking of which, but yeah, no. So I thought she was supposed to have an arc. Now you're saying, okay, well, this would be different if it was like an hour long and she had an arc. Okay, but I thought you said she was gonna have an arc. I thought you were just so sure of that.
But it's not. This clearly follows that Moon Knight-esque formula that we've seen already, where it's more like a movie that's been split into multiple.
That's all of them. I can't. Really? You didn't pick this up earlier with the other Phase 4 shows? They're all basically movies separated into parts. This is not specific to Moon Knight and She-Hulk. They've all been that way.
Parts, and they label it a show.
Yeah, you finally picked up on a real problem with Phase 4. Congratulations. Congratulations. You've finally said something I actually fucking agree with. The only thing I don't agree with is the fact that this is a new development with Moon Knight. No, it's not. All their shows have been like this. They all feel like an 8-hour movie, 6 to 8 hour movie separated into little parts. That's all, because that's all they are. They're not gonna make something, like, nothing they make feels episodic anyway. They only know how to make movies. So they just make 6 to 8 hour movies and then separate it.
We're just getting started with that journey. The first act isn't even over yet. But even going beyond that, the fact that Bruce literally tells her that she doubled down.
And I'm sorry that I said a bunch of harsh.
Oh, that's such a bad cut. Oh, learn to edit or pay someone to edit, for Christ's sake. Like, if you don't have money to pay an editor, I understand. But there's no excuse to not know how to edit. At least have like a basic understanding of it. Because that's how I learned. I learned through tutorials. It's fucking simple. Just listen. That's all you really got to do. Listen, mimic what someone does, and like really absorb the knowledge you've been given. It's like going to school. That's what why people kill me, like, oh, I don't know how to edit. Well, just learn then. Learn. You went to school, motherfucker. Why? All you do is watch a fucking video on it. It's much simpler than actually going to a fucking building every day at 6 a.m. listening to some motherfucker indoctrinate you. Antoinette Marion, 199 Super Chat. This is like a video Mr. Van Drissen would make. I have no idea who that is, but I'm gonna trust your judgment. Nightbreed, I swear he used to be good at editing. Well, I don't know who this fool is. He's only got 102 subs. I don't know how extensive his history with video editing is.
Over yet. But even going beyond that, the fact that Bruce literally tells her that she doubled down.
And I'm sorry that I said a bunch of harsh.
Oh, that's so bad. And of course, the audio isn't leveled. Isn't leveled very well. The episode's audio is really low while his voice is really high, and that can be very jarring for people watching it. That's why I always level my audios to the best of my ability. Sometimes you gotta eyeball it. That's why those little audio meters are there in the editor, so you can really look at the levels at the exact points that the levels are at. Like I said, you can learn this shit on YouTube for free.
Harsh but very true things.
Walter, put your dick away, Walter.
Wow.
What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a copyright thing. Oh, but still, like, can you do something funny with that?
Apology that still doubles down on a thing you're apologizing for. That's very...
She responds in a smug way, and the end of the episode proves that she kinda has no choice but to be a superhero in some capacity, at least shows to me that the writers somewhat know what they're doing.
No, because keep in mind, it's only episode 1. And like I said, I love the hypocrisy. Like, no one else can judge the show on episode 1, but you can. That's perfectly fine for you. No, the writers know what they're doing. No, they don't. I'm on episode 6 now. They have no idea what they're doing. They don't know what the fuck. No idea. And, if you read between the lines, like, they only do just enough to make her look dumb. Or like, oh, it's just like to further the plot. It's not to really show any character progression or show that she's learning or that she will learn. It's just to further the plot. That's it. That is it. It has nothing to do with her character. In the slightest. Sarah Sasson? What's a baster, bro? Oh, we'll get to that later. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Hang on. Nightbreed. So this guy has a bunch of videos that he's been deleting over the years, and these are all you'll find nowadays, and they are inferior to his old content. Jeez. John Smith, $5 super chat. His entire argument is give the benefit of the doubt. When has Disney earned that in at least the past 5 years? True. It really hasn't. They've been consistently shit for a while.
You want your subtlety? How about actually seeing the fruits of labor that is Bruce's dialogue, directly tying into what her life is starting to become as a result of her trying to go back to her normal job? What, do you want the writers to, like, pause the show and be like, oh, by the way, you don't need to take her seriously. She's...
What the fuck was this?
But this whole reasoning gets worse when you realize that a lot of this started because fucking Mauler, of all people...
Ah, no! The long man got a mention, yo! This all started because fucking Mauler. Like, oh god, the hatred and the hatred. What do you said his name? All these... Oh god, there it is. Yeah, right, Abigail. Like, there it is. And then there it is.
Normal job. What, do you want the writers to, like, pause the show and be like, oh, by the way, you don't need to take her seriously. She's... But this whole reasoning gets worse when you realize that a lot of this started because fucking Mauler, of all people, decided that an IMDb...
Stop it! Okay, let's read this shit. Mauler says they couldn't write it so that she had her own issues and life to lead. They could that they could learn from each other. No, it had to be that her problems, such as being catcalled, are harder than Bruce's. She's better. Say it louder for the people in the back. You go, girl. Oh, Jesus. Phantom Gline, $5 super chat. Do you want the writers to pause the show and say, I mean, the show is already doing that with fourth wall breaks. Good point. Good point. Antoinette Marion, $1.99 super chat. The Matt Smith clip is from Morbius. Yeah, I know, but like, why is it there? Why is that even there? I don't even... Like, this nigga needs to... He has a need to make sense.
Tweet means an official endorsement and statement from Marvel Studios and the creative team on what this scene was supposed
Okay, let's rewind that.
Mueller, of all people,
Mueller.
decided that an IMDb tweet means an official endorsement and statement from Marvel Studios and the...
It is a here's the thing, you fucking idiot. If Marvel Studios and Disney puts the fucking shit in the show, then that means it is an official statement from those motherfuckers. Like, if Marvel and Disney put made a movie or television show demonizing Jews and denying the Holocaust, that would be a fucking statement from Marvel and Disney. So all the man-hate in this show is a direct fucking statement from Marvel and Disney. They fucking signed off on this shit. They hired the people who are writing this shit. They know what the hell it is. So yeah, and setting that aside, no, he's not treating it like it's a statement from Disney. I think he knows that it's an IMDb tweet. I don't know what the hell you're trying to say here. Like, he's just commentating on what's in the video of the scene that you were just talking about. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I just don't know.
Creative team on what this scene was supposed to be. IMDb is a website all about films where independent users can make listings like...
It does. Then why the fuck are they making like fandom statements about a show? Say it louder for people to back. Yeah, it's a movie listing site, but they're doing this. It's a movie listing site, but they're endorsing this fucking clip and making a direct comment on the content of the clip. Wake up, motherfucker! Cephalon Atlas $5 super chat. His video in a nutshell: how to make an awful defense video by acting like a moron and hypocrite. Sentient DLDO, guys, he's educating us.
From Marvel Studios and the creative team on what this scene was supposed to be. IMDb is a website all about films where independent users can make listings like...
And I love how the implication that Mahler started the vitriol the show was getting. Yeah, it's his fault that people hate the show. It's his fault that people starting attacking the show. You give Mahler a lot of credit. Like, for the people who hate Mahler, give him a lot of fucking credit at the same time. See, but that usually... Because you can't criticize... You can't properly criticize people you really hate. Because you end up sounding fucking dumb, and you have a lot of double think about that person. First, they're like a pathetic little soy baby man boy who lives in their fucking basement who's completely irrelevant and couldn't influence an erection on a gnat. But at the same time, they're this fucking supervillain leading a hate mob online against women and minorities, and they're sowing the seeds of hate in media. Make up your fucking mind. Make up your fucking minds.
Users can make listings like...
Oh, so that's your whole fucking point. Travolta looking confused. Okay.
There is literally no evidence to suggest she's saying her problems are harder than Bruce's.
There is evidence. The fucking clip. The actual... There's like no evidence that she's making... Like, yeah, the clip is the evidence. Just because you're interpreting it the entirely wrong way does not mean that's not evidence. That's like saying, we're at the crime scene and this guy's guilty because he left a bloodied footprint of the exact footprint and like foot pattern of his boot in a puddle of blood. We got fingerprints on the weapon, we got DNA on the body, we got all that. And then say, well, you could interpret that as like him just you could interpret that as him being in the room. Doesn't mean he killed the bitch. Well, he does have her skin and her skin and her blood under his fingernails, and he's got basically, it looks like he's been in a fight with someone recently, and has the blood on the vein. Oh, but like you could just interpret that as maybe like he tripped and fell into the blood, and then just because you interpret it the wrong way does not mean you're right.
You can acknowledge the shit you have to go through and think it's really bad and think yours is also very important while also knowing that people go through other shit.
No, you can't. Because that implies that you think that what you go through is equally as important as other people, which it is not. It is fucking not. I'm sorry, women who get catcalled in America. I'm sorry someone called you beautiful, or said maybe said something akin to your tits being popping on the street, but it's not the same thing as women being denied school, or being beaten by their husbands for not wearing a hijab, or being beaten in the fucking streets, or being stoned in the streets. Completely legal, by the way. It's not the same thing. Not the same thing. I'm sorry, but it's not. It'll never be the same thing. It'll never be just as valid as that. I'm sorry. You can feel bad about it. That's cool. But then, when you talk to someone who's been through something worse, maybe don't try come on. You can't fucking lecture me about having to deal with shit. I've been through this shit. I can do it more. I can deal with shit better than you. Of course you can deal with shit better than the other person because you haven't been through shit. I deal with my anger all the time, and it's much better and more frequently than you. Because what you've been through is basically nothing. It took him 15 years to deal with trauma from child abuse, suicidal thoughts, lack of bodily autonomy, dealing with the guilt that you might have fucking killed civilians when you've lost that bodily autonomy. Okay. Okay. It took 15 years to get over that. Yeah, I wonder why. And you get over your shit when the day is over. There's a difference. There is a difference. Anyway, before I go into too much of a rant, let me continue.
And if you're in a frustrated state like Jennifer is, I'm sure you would get blinded by your own thinking because, again, as I said earlier, you're fucking hurting. Even if that's what she's saying. And it's really not. It was a heat. You would get blinded by your own thinking because, again, as I said earlier, you're fucking hurting. Even if that's what she's saying. And it's really not. It was a heat.
Okay, well, she might be saying it, but she's not saying that. Even if she was, she's still hurting. Again, she doesn't come off that way for the whole season. Because, like I said, they don't want to write a character. They know they can't write a character off some chick being catcalled. You just can't do it. When you compare that to every other fucking character in the MCU, every character in the MCU has suffered in some way. In some serious fucking way. Even that little kid from Iron Man 3 suffered more than her. And he got a whole fucking science, spread that it cost at least $1 million fucking dollars. He got it straight from Tony Stark, and even he went through more. I think he lost his fucking parents. In some kind of terrorist attack or something. I don't remember. There's a lot I don't remember from Iron Man 3. But, a lot of, when you really think about it, there are so many characters who went through more than her. A lot. Even side characters. It's sad. It really is. And then the fact they're trying to see, look, come on, catcalling, come on. That's serious, right? It's just as serious as, almost losing your fucking right arm, right? No, it's not. Sorry.
Moment thing, and I'm 98% sure the show will tell us this later. But
hang on, what?
Even
tell us
if
what?
That's what she's saying, and it's really not. It was a heat of the moment thing, and I'm 98.
It was a heat of the moment thing, guys. She only dismissed his trauma in the heat of the moment. Come on, get over it.
% sure the show will tell us this later. But again,
I'm pretty sure that the show will just do well suddenly. Remember, it's wrong for you to judge the show negatively based on one episode, but it's completely different for me to judge the show to judge the show positively based on one episode.
She didn't say that. She's saying she believes she has more of a firm basis on controlling herself.
Yes. She's basically saying she can hold her own with her anger better than her. And why would that be? Because she has gone through nothing. That's why. You can get over your anger within the minute it happens. Or at least by the end of the fucking day. He's still going through shit. He's still trying to, and like even she says it. He's still going through shit. Cephalon Atlas, $2 super chat. This dude sucks at making any point in this video. Yeah, anyone who defends the show, they just can't make a point to save their lives.
Because she faces instances of frustration and fear on a daily basis. Not that what she does is better than him somehow. For me, I would just say that her and Bruce's perspectives are valid in their own ways.
No. Now, the playing field is not even.
That being said, she is still clearly denying the fact that she doesn't have as much control as she thinks she does. She hulks out after getting worked up, and she transforms back while still clearly showing that she's mad. Again, I have a feeling that this is going to be a part of her arc, provided they actually do that.
They won't. We're at episode 6, and it hasn't happened. Now, the wedding could have been a perfect. They could have done something with that. Like she keeps getting pushed into a freak out by Titania. Like pushed into a fight. I mean, they try to kind of do that, but yeah, she can still control her Hulkness perfectly. And like there was one part where she said, like she tried to turn into the Hulk and to She-Hulk, and she was like, oh, I forgot how to do it because I'm drunk. And just. Yeah, it's bad. The show is bad. It's fucking bad.
And I don't even know if they will. Maybe they'll do...
I know they will, but I don't even know if they will. I'm sure they will tell us, but I'm not sure if they'll tell us. Oh my god. See, I couldn't do this. I could not do this. I could not be this fucking delusional and then make a half-ass video. I gotta think about what I'm gonna say, and I gotta think about why I feel the way I do, if my feelings about a thing are valid, and if I got good points. Because if I don't, I just don't make the fucking video. Period. And like, this is so embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Like I'm watching American Gigolo right now, and the show is like trying to find its footing. Like I think it's a pretty good show so far, but like some of the editing choices aren't good. Rosie O'Donnell was miscast as like the fucking detective that's following John Bernthal's character around. There's some bad things about it, but like at its heart, it's a pretty good show. But I'm trying to wait it out and see if the show will be any good. I want all the chips to fall. You know what I mean? And like you did a defense video for the first episode. Why? Why didn't you just wait till the season was over? Probably because you knew it was going to be shit and you wanted to get ahead of the game. Like all those chuds, they're not going to get away with this.
Something else that's equally as satisfying, or maybe they'll fuck it up.
Or maybe they'll fuck it up. I don't know. I don't know why I made this fucking video.
But
I don't like rats. Just keep going.
At least I'm like trying to be good faith here.
At least I'm trying to be good faith. Unlike you chuds. That does not... People have this really stupid... People have this like really silly outlook that if you... Like, hey, as long as I'm being positive, I am in the right, or somehow my feelings on a certain subject are better because I'm being positive. Like, no. No, they're not. It takes a little bit more than positivity. It takes good points, being knowledgeable, making sense. You can't just fucking rely on being positive. That's the problem with like a lot of YouTube reviewers. They just rely on being fucking positive and they think that's all it takes. And like, yeah, they can get popular off that because some people just want to see like just constant positivity with no level of analysis whatsoever. I've said this before, but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that they're right or the person who making that content is right. It just means you like seeing positivity all the time because you just want to feel like, yeah, of course you want a parasocial relationship with a content creator or their content. Okay, fine. But it's not healthy, and it's not right.
And not misinterpreting everything that's going on as, like, they hate men. Some other people, like, But at least I'm like trying to be good faith here and not misinterpreting everything that's going on as.
Oh yeah, because if you're being negative, you're misinterpreting. You can't possibly misinterpret something if you're being positive. Ugh.
Like, they hate men.
They do. Like, have you been watching this shit? Like, who knows? He could have changed his opinion since, but I doubt it. We might take a little peek at his channel after we're done with this.
Some other people decided to chime in, such as Evan Monroe. She's telling this to someone.
Is anybody associated with EFAP? Because that's the only that's the only people you pick at. Like no one else has like any film criticism except people associated with EFAP. Evan Monroe, she's telling this to someone who's literally attempted suicide because he was afraid of not being able to control his anger and killing people as a result. I don't think the you don't deal with what I deal with because you're a man thing applies here.
Someone who literally attempted suicide because he was afraid of not being able to control his anger and killing people as a result. I don't think the you deal with what I deal with because you're a man thing applies here. We don't even know if Jennifer or the rest of Bruce's family knows if he attempted or not.
What? That's your fucking point? Well, they don't know it happened. Is that the fucking point at all? They do know he's a superhero. And that crushes everything. That still invalidates all that, whatever fucking gripe she has with being catcalled. I'm sorry, like, they still know he's a fucking superhero. They still know that he saved the world, like, that he reversed the blip. They still know that. They still know that they brought back the people that they loved and lost for 5 fucking years. They still know that. They might not know that he tried to kill himself, but they do know that. And I'm sorry that still crushes. I get catcalled. Men call me attractive, which I don't believe, by the way. I don't believe that you're so hot that guys are just like, oh, come on, baby, come on. Like, no, I don't believe that.
Maybe that was on the S.H.I.E.L.D. files that leaked during Winter Soldier, if Fury even put that down anyway.
Oh, just stop. They probably knew when he was off on another planet for a year to not hurt people. Greyhound. Bro, Evan too? Like, yeah, people only talk shit about people associated with EFAP. Because no one else has an opinion on film criticism. Toto, She-Hulk is therapy for the writer, which is a narcissistic, self-absorbed, selfish person. Adnan Hamawi? I think, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. The villains in this show should have been called Dr. Sexism and his sidekick, Captain Misogyny. Oh, Eduardo Alvarez, $9.99 super chat. There's a small and also funny channel by the name of Grizzy who posts vids of Disney simps reacting to all the Disney churned out trash flyers, and it's hilarious. Yes, yeah. I'm actually subscribed to him and I actually watch everything he puts out because it's usually funny. I do hope in the future, though, when he starts growing a little bit, he starts diversifying in his like reaction clips. Because like, yeah, it can get repetitive using the same reaction clips over and over again if you don't space it out. You know what I mean? But other than that, yeah, he's good people. He makes good content. And it's good that somebody's making fun of these fake ass reaction channels. Because it's pretty funny. So yes, please subscribe to Grizzy. 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 Hey, that rhymes. But yeah, please subscribe to him. Like he every time an episode of She-Hulk comes out, he does a compilation video of all the simps who like basically do the fake gasps and reactions and pretend to like the shit. It's pretty funny. Anyway, let's continue.
But we know from Civil War that some of those files are still encrypted, so we'll never know.
Like I said, they still know he's a superhero. They still know what he did to bring people back. They still should know that. Who gives a shit? That, oh, well, I didn't know they were committed. So who gives a shit? That's not the point.
For sure. Plus, Bruce probably wouldn't have wanted to tell anyone anyway, because in his mind at the time, and even into the Smart Hulk phase,
bro, she couldn't have possibly dismissed his trauma. She didn't even know about it, even though they've been portrayed as a very tight knit, very tight knit group of family members. Even though they've been shown as being close cousins, how the fuck would she know? She still knows he's a superhero who brought back half the fucking population and almost lost his fucking arm because of it. She knows this because his arm was in a sling when they were on that road trip together in the first episode. The episode that you saw, the episode that you based this video on. Just saying.
he felt like this was a burden he had to face alone. He probably didn't want his family to know, because he didn't want them to worry any more than they probably already were.
Oh, Alex says his family knew he was homeless for 15 years. That's another thing. He was homeless. Like, he done been through every damn thing. Like, Bruce has just been through everything.
And out of his own stubbornness, maybe he told
everything but catcalling. He'd been through everything but catcalling.
them later, but like, considering how secluded he is, even after the Smart Hulk stuff, I just doubt that he's that close with any of his family at the moment.
Oh, you mean he's not close with the person he was portrayed as being close with his own fucking cousin? The one who dismissed his trauma in the first place? The one he was going on a fucking road trip with? Huh? What?
Moment. Let's say she does know. Is it really a crime to know your family member went through some terrible times while also still feeling like you aren't heard? That doesn't mean you don't.
But what are we what are we hearing though? Are we hearing like if a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound? I don't know if that's applicable to this, because I still don't really know what that means. But I don't know. I just wanted to say it because it sounded like some fucking bullshit. We hear, what are we listening to again? A big explosion or a whimper? Like, what are we gonna listen to? Which one do you think is, what person do you think is gonna get more sympathy? The person who gets catcalled or the person who's been through everything else but catcalling? I'm sorry, but I'm gonna feel more sorry for the person who's been through the ringer their whole fucking life. I'm sorry. Like, J-Lo couldn't get purple posies for her wedding, but the guy, the fucking homeless guy in the shanty town, like 2 miles away, I guess his trauma and what he goes through as a homeless person is just as valid as J-Lo not getting the type of flowers she wants for her wedding. Right? It's the same shit. They both need to be heard. They both deserve to be heard.
Care. That just means you have your own human desires, the same as your family member does. And about that too, the earliest his family probably knew about the being wanted thing is like Avengers 2012, because according to The Incredible Hulk 2012, and even films like Iron Man 2, at least I assume with the way it was presented, the Gamma experiment, details surrounding it, the origin of the Hulk, and the identity of the Hulk were all classified information.
Why would people not know that? He was still part of the fucking Avengers. You think no one would know who he is after being part of a nationally known superhero group of superheroes? Like this guy in fucking like bumfuck Middle Eastern country knew exactly who Sam Wilson was without his fucking suit on. Like, listen to yourself. You're not thinking. You're not using your brain. Oh, how would anyone know?
Under the government. Yes, it would be known in 2012 probably, because I assume it was made public that Bruce is the Hulk somewhere around there. Would be enough time for his family to know, including Jennifer, which she clearly does know as demonstrated later. But again, you can be aware of someone's issues while also still being frustrated because you feel like they aren't listening to your problems. Maybe she feels invalid because he's got all this.
He wasn't listening because it wasn't worth being listened to. Because they're like, you could possibly fucking kill someone, and she almost did. Keep in mind, right before like he brings her to his compound, she did almost kill 3 people. Keep that in mind. Like, I guess he's a prick for trying to contain this fucking volatile monster. I guess he's an asshole for that. The fact that let's keep in mind, it's not that that wasn't the moment she was frustrated and wanted to go home. She wanted to go home immediately. Even after he explained, like, yeah, you could be volatile and could kill people. This could be some serious shit. You could die, like something could happen. So you might as well just stay here for a while. Let me study you. Let me help you out. She immediately thought, oh, well, I got it handled. Let me just go home right now. That was not the breaking point for her. She always wanted to go home. Budget brick. Remember Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where the cop did not at all identify Sam, even though he is in the Avengers, in the most famous team? Yeah, that was fucking dumb. Oh, God. I actually can't wait to tackle that show because, wow, it's dumb. It's really bad. Like, in the racial, the social commentary and the racial issues didn't do it any favors. It's so bad. Andrew Clark, $5 Super Chat. There's a She-Hulk defense video that covers the first 4 episodes. The title is long, but search for Debunking Marvel Haters if you're interested. Oh, God. Oh, no. Toto. Jen said in the episode she knows that Bruce was alone and no friends. She knows what he's been through, and she uses it against him with an ugly rant and later had a really fake apology. Yeah. Yeah, he fails to mention that little shit. But debunking Marvel haters. Let me see if I can find that right quick. Let me find it right quick. This motherfucker saw the first 4 episodes and still made a defense video? Wow. Looking Marvel haters. Does it suck? Does She-Hulk really suck that bad, Turf Nation? I think I've heard of this person. I think they specialize in like making EFAP hate videos. Debunking the MCU, toxic Marvel fans. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's never ending. Anyway, let's go back. We'll get back to that later. I don't know. We might take a little peek at it. But yeah, he specializes in EFAP hate videos. And I think he talks a lot of shit about the critical drinker and all, and so who knows if I'm even going to touch that.
Shit going on, and it makes her feel overwhelmed, like no one listens to her as much as Bruce, for example. They literally talk about how he's celebrated as one of the big geniuses of the family in the car ride before she first transforms. So I'm just saying, like, if you think this line solely comes from a place of, oh my god, you're a man, please listen to me, your feelings don't matter, you're just a fucking child.
You're just a fucking child. I mean, I know they specifically make all of the male characters pieces of shit unless they're good looking and show an interest in Jennifer and prop up her fragile ego. But yeah, no, you're seeing things. It's not real. You're just a fucking child. Now, yeah, it was only the first episode, but it was very clear what kind of narrative they were trying to push. It doesn't take a fucking genius to pick up on it.
There's no other way I can put it than that. Bruce is the worst part of
this, like, does Evan, like, anyone associated with EFAP, Bruce is the worst part of it. He's got this look on his face like a puppy that got yelled at by its owner. Like, he has nothing to come back with, for the love of God. People keep clipping the "in case you needed to kill me" scene, and for good reason. It's a haymaker to this rant. I think I retweeted that.
He's got this look on his face like a puppy that got yelled at by its owner. Like, he has nothing to come back.
And you could have cropped this a little bit better and just, it doesn't need to be this big. Just lay off a little bit.
With, for the love of God. People keep clipping the "in case you needed to kill me" scene, and for good reason. It's a haymaker to this rant. He did try to clap back. Literally before their fight, he calls her out on being rude. Afterwards, he calls her out on her fake apology and doubling down on what she did.
Yeah, but keep in mind, she beat his ass in a they got into a fight, and then she totally decimated his ass. And like, for like, which the fight, like, what, that shouldn't even happen in the first place. Because who the fuck physically fights someone over some dumb shit? Unless they were, you know, emotionally volatile. So, yeah, like, we're still meant to believe that she's the one in the right here because, well, she thinks she's right. Because, like I said, there's been no arc. She's not apologetic for anything she does. She's still the same fucking person she was episode 1. There's no arc and, like, her being apologetic for what she does. So I don't really want to hear that bullshit. Joe Vinny the Hyena, $5 super chat. It's akin to that lady on Twitter who said he needs to get over his trauma. She-Hulk's problem is worse. Ugh.
And said, but he ultimately concedes because, like, look, I'm sure y'all. Afterwards, he calls her out on her fake apology and doubling down on what she did and said. But he ultimately concedes because, like, look, I'm sure y'all have been in a situation where you're arguing with a friend or family member and they just don't understand where you're coming from.
Oh, you are admitting he conceded. You are admitting he conceded when she got at him, but like, oh no, well, listen. You've been in the situation with your family. What are you, fucking Joe Biden, with these folksy ass fucking look, listen. Listen. Like, these stupid ass explanations. What is that? Like, what, your family's probably like, no. What in the show can fucking disprove the hatred for the show? Don't use outlet. Oh, your family does this. Like, what the fuck is that? Does that have to do with anything? What's the thing with their family and their family dynamic that you can use to debunk the vitriol that this show gets? Because if you don't fucking have it, if you keep using outside shit, that means you don't have anything. Skids the Lone Spartan, $4.99 super chat. SK called me a coward for criticizing his take on The Dark Knight. But is bad talking you on Twitter and he refuses to come to chats. I don't even know who the fuck that is. You gotta specify, because I don't know everybody on Twitter. Magnastar 91 the second. I think this male feminist in the video is going full copper cap.
You get to the point where you're tired, apathetic, and you're just ready to move on and make some kind of amends because you know at that point that there's absolutely nothing you can do to change their mind.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, so you just disproved the fucking point you were trying to make. Like, oh yeah, she's a bitch, so he just, like, gave up and didn't fight back, like the fucking criticism in the tweet said. Oh my god. Yeah, he conceded because there was no reasoning with her, because she's a bitch. Because she's an irrational fucking bitch. Yeah, that's kind of what the point Evan Monroe was trying to make. And you just fucking proved it. Like, oh, okay, it is true, but here's the thing. What about your family? Like, motherfucker, we ain't talking about nobody else's family.
But you also still want to maintain your relationship with them. Bruce decides to be the bigger person, quote-unquote, in the situation, and is still supportive and kind, despite what she put him through. Maybe y'all are in worse...
Oh, okay, so she did put him through something, then. And he did concede, and she is a bitch. But here's the thing. Oh, God.
Lots with your family than I thought. I mean, who knows? Also, like, they call each other names at one point. Names that kids would come up with. Yet another instance in my mind that the show is aware that both of them, at least...
It just kills me how, in this gameplay that Hulk keeps running up fucking buildings when he can jump very high. This game looks so shitty. Like, why would he run up a fucking building? He's not Sonic. He would just jump.
They're being short-sighted in their own ways. Speaking of the kids thing, there is clearly a dynamic there. They do have kind of that traditional sibling camaraderie that you see.
Oh shit. Skid's the lone Spartan. SK is a friend of the guy you're watching. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I figured that. But I want to know his real name, his full Twitter name, because like I said, I don't know who that is.
In, places, doesn't mean that they know each other that well, or at least well enough to be super, super close. And it doesn't even mean that they had a strong relationship during Bruce's time on the run either. Just because you have a relationship with someone.
Well, I'm not gonna get into a fucking fist fight with one of my relatives and immediately oh my god, and immediately be cordial with them and apologetic to them afterwards if I'm not close with them. So, not close my ass. They are portrayed as being close. Because you are not going to get into a fist fight with a fucking family member and everything just be good after that. That's not how that works. Even if you are close with that person, I don't think shit would be cool right afterwards. Because that's not how that works.
One that's kind of stable doesn't mean you fully understand them, especially if you're secluded a lot of the time and probably only just recently started talking to them again. I feel like I'm regurgitating points at this stage because a lot of these criticisms can kind of be put under the same umbrella. It's shit like this that makes me wish it was this easy at my job or university to, like, respond to conflict.
Yeah, we know you don't respond to conflict because, well, this video, yeah, you don't want to, you don't want to sound like this in public. In a YouTube video is fine, but in public, yeah, I wouldn't want to go through that embarrassment. Grizzy, 1999 super chat. Speaking of the devil, hey, thanks for the shout out and constructive criticism. DW, I'm always gathering new edits. Good. Mr. Thick Queen, $2 super chat. Hey Queen, stay based. Kiss kiss. Thank you. Mackie Sky, $2 super chat. What Grizzy am I looking up? Don't think I found it. I mean, he's right. Like he just sent that super chat. So if you can click on his name, I don't know if you can click on I don't know if you can click on usernames through super chats. I don't know. I've never done it before, but if you can, like, he's right there. He's right above you. Grizzy is in the chat in case you want to subscribe.
You won't believe some of the other things that's coming out of this discourse, though. Like, apparently there's this onslaught of feminists that are denying the validity of child abuse victims and people with suicidal thoughts. That sounds pretty fucking crazy. I wonder if this person provided any screenshots or called out any specific bad actors. Nope, nowhere to be found. God, even if people were saying this, yes, I agree, they're fucking insane. But they're also probably the small minority of...
Oh, yeah. Okay, so wait. These people who are talking shit about She-Hulk and making these points are a small or like a loud minority. But you're still making a whole 25-minute video on him. But like when people call out this other small minority, well, they're just a small minority. Who gives a fuck? Ooh. Hypocrisy. All right, let me read this because I didn't get a chance to. I'm seeing a lot of so-called feminists saying that catcalling and mansplaining are more traumatic than childhood abuse and suicide attempts, and I think I'm done with comic book media entirely. I cannot begin to describe the rage I feel at this horrible debate.
I wonder if this person provided any screenshots or called out any specific bad actors. Nope.
You didn't provide any screenshots. Well, technically, neither did you. Yeah, you did, but from EFAP. But you talking about like racists and hateful people? I'm sorry, those manufactured hate that Reva got. But all, like, the shit you're pointing out is not hateful shit. It's actually constructive criticism for She-Hulk. And I'm just... Technically, you haven't provided any proof of actual racism or sexism directed at the show either. So, just saying.
Nowhere to be found. God, even if people were saying this, yes, I agree, they're fucking insane. But they're also probably the small minority of people actually discussing this show. I know you've been through cases where this shit has fucked you up, and I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that.
But I cannot begin to describe the horror and trauma that is child abuse. The cases I've seen make grown men and women cry. I've walked away from research before because I could not control the rage and sadness I felt for the victim. It's one of the most soul-breaking topics.
These are fucked up topics that legitimately destroy people, but literally no one disagrees with you except for me.
No one disagrees with you except the people that you said disagree with you.
Maybe like 2% of Twitter.
Only 2% of Twitter, even though Twitter is like the mecca of like just trash human beings and stowaways from Tumblr. Like I doubt that it's only 2%.
And you need to get that. Oh my.
You need to get that. It's only a small percentage. Even though there's only a small percentage of people who hate the show, you still made a 25-minute video about it, and you're still taking it very seriously. But like people who don't take male suicide and child abuse victims seriously, like, you need to understand it's only a small amount of people. Wow, what a piece of shit.
Oh my fucking god, what is this?
Oh my fucking god. Zero Wolf 000 $4.99 super chat. Hey, this is my first super chat to you, Jay. Keep up your sanity. Thank you. Oh, Busnut put Grizzy's channel in the chat, so if you're looking for him, there he is. Dun, 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 dun. Manhog Sonic, that face, yeah. Mouseketeer 627 $5 super chat. Hi, I caught you live again, but sadly it's 2 a.m. where I am. But here's some money to say thanks and love you. Love you too, thank you. Skids the Lone Spartan. How can I send SK's Twitter to you? You could probably link it in the chat, or you could DM me on Twitter on John's Longs on Twitter, because my DMs are just open to everybody on there. Trace Lehman, $2 super chat. I know what that screenshot is about, bad CGI, but Busnut put Grizzy's URL in the chat again. I control my anger infinitely better than you. My mom got beat to death by my dad, and the moment I lost someone close, Black Widow, to me, I was able to control my anger. You are getting mad just talking about this right now. Are you sure you're better at it?
We don't even know if this happened to him. This is literally an adaptation argument.
We don't even know this happened. We do know. You do know that the Hulk movie from 2000... Was it 2006? I think that's the one. Yeah, you do know that I think that's canon. With the Edward Norton Incredible Hulk, which is also canon to the MCU. I think those are all canon with each other. I think. I'm assuming they are. Yeah, they are. Because the Incredible Hulk, I think, takes up where the Hulk movie with Eric Bana left off. So I think it's all connected to each other. Like, we don't even know if this happened. Like, that's your fucking point? Oh, God. Oh, we don't even know if this even happened. Okay, the Hulk movie, the first one, came out in 2003. And then the Incredible Hulk movie with Edward Norton came out in 2008. Okay. But yeah, I think that's canon with the other Hulk movie. You jackass.
Why do y'all still think every property is still the same as the next? It's like...
Not the same, just connected. You don't know the difference between connected and the same? Ugh. Not applicable. $2 super chat. Twitter is a child abuser convention. What a dumbass. Mad Song 01. All versions of Hulk had that backstory.
Like everyone is Grant Morrison all of a sudden. Everything is canon. You can be the comics, and you can be the comics. This one is just fucking ludicrous. So you make an adaptation.
Another EFAP. Jesus. Why is this hard? Why is this so hard? Why is everything hard? She's a lawyer, but green. She's a green lawyer doing lawyer stuff with superheroes with some fourth wall breaking. Why is that hard? Why is this hard? Why is it so hard to just write a court dramedy? Why? He's absolutely right. I've seen court comedy shows before. Well, I'd say like I saw Boston Legal when I was young. I barely fucking remembered because I was like really young, and I haven't watched it since. I used to watch it with my mom sometimes because she likes the whole quirky shit. But I remember it being funny. I remember the feeling it gave me, and I remember it being funny. I think Shatner got nominated for a bunch of Emmys for that, just to put it in perspective.
Argument, which is already cringe enough, but it falls apart without me even thinking about it for more than like.
It's one episode, dude. I thought it was just one episode. We can't judge a show by one episode. You can't do that, bro. You can't judge a whole show by one episode, bro.
2 seconds, because the first episode literally has that. Okay.
It literally has that, because it just does. I'm not going to prove it to you by actually showing anything good from the show, because I know because I secretly, my heart of hearts, know it's not a good show. Because most people defending this fucking show don't think it's actually a good show. They just have the need to defend if the wrong people are criticizing something. These are people that Twitter doesn't like, so I don't like them by default. I'm a bitch.
Okay, we got fourth wall breaking, check.
It's not good, though. You can't just, well, it's in there, isn't it? It's fucking in there, but it's not good. That's the point. It's not good. They're not denying the existence of comedy in the show. I mean, not really. They're just saying that it's bad.
We got lawyer stuff, even
which only lasted 2 seconds. 2 seconds. She said a couple things, and then fucking Titania, Kool-Aid Man through the fucking wall.
so it's like not for very long.
It's not for very long, but it's in there. Like, whatever, bro. Like, I mean, like, she stood in a spot in like something that could be considered a courtroom, and then like said some stuff, and like it's there. It's there, bro.
Superheroes. I mean, we got Hulk and Titania.
It only lasted a second. It only lasted a second. And like I said, why are you judging a whole show based on one episode, bro? Like, that's not fair. That's not right.
At the end, but like, I guess I'll give you that one. But even then, like, it's the first episode, y'all.
You are also judging this based on one fucking episode. Oh, the Lone Spartan. I sent SK's Twitter to you on the Twitter DMs. Oh, well, thank you. I'll take a look. I'll look at it. I think I know who you're talking about, but I'm not entirely sure.
People are like so impatient. Honestly, I think I'm about done with this video.
Thank God.
I don't really have an outro in mind, to be honest. So like, subscribe to Thumbcast, SK, Batnik.
Oh God, go back.
So like, subscribe.
I think I know who Batnik is.
SK, Batnik, me, of course. Oh, and be sure to look out for my big video in October on.
Oh no! Oh, of course he looks like that. Of course he looks like that. Hold on, let's rewind that for a second. Oh my God.
Batnik, me, of course. Oh, and be sure to look out for my big video in October on anti-SJW culture. And
why are you calling these motherfuckers anti-SJWs? It's 2022. They don't do anti-social justice warrior content. They do, like, fucking, it's media criticism. And the media just so happens to be pushing, half-assed, poorly done social commentary. That doesn't necessarily make them anti-social justice warrior YouTubers. That is not how that works.
And how it relates to media criticism. Anyway, I gotta take a shit.
That's how he ended the fucking video. Anyway, I gotta take a shit. And he classifies Mahler as a fucking anti-social justice warrior YouTuber. And Rags at that. It's just, what? Let's listen to that again. That's a brilliant one. Like, I don't like this fool, but like the way he ended that was hilarious. Because honestly, this would, like, the way he ended it was, he put more thought into how he ended it than like the entire video.
Me, of course. Oh, and be sure to look out for my big video in October on anti-SJW culture and how it relates to media criticism. Anyway, I gotta take a shit.
All right, let's look at his channel. I want to see what he's got going on other than this. Yeah, so we're done with that. Deplatforming is pro-free speech, a rant. Ew, no. Look, I don't like, what's his name? What the fuck is Andrew Tate? I don't like the motherfucker. And like, I seriously do believe he's a sex trafficker because there's a lot of shit supporting that. But like, until we know like everything, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't fucking say that. And also, that doesn't make any fucking sense anyway. That statement makes no sense. Oh, here we go. More awful criticisms of She-Hulk. The importance of interpretation and expectation. Oh, God. Ew. Proving that She-Hulk review bombing. Proving that the She-Hulk review bombing on Rotten Tomatoes is real. Oh boy. Okay, anyway. Mackie Sky, $2 super chat. Gonna do video on that guy's October video, J Long. Probably not. I might encourage Mahler and the guys to do it though. Like, please watch this shit, please. Please do it to entertain me. We have to talk about the viewers. Is change possible? And of course, the first fucking thing I see is a picture of Mahler and Rags. Oh. Examining She-Hulk, Attorney at Law, Episode 2. Like, damn, you are not keeping up with this show, are you? Probably because you realized it sucks and then gave up. Episode 2, review and analysis. Okay, which one? All right, which one do y'all want to see? Examining She-Hulk, Examining She-Hulk, Episode 2, review and analysis, or more awful She-Hulk criticisms. The importance of interpretation and expectation. Vote in the chats because I actually want to. I actually want to talk more shit about this guy because he makes me laugh. Kyle R. Why does he have an hour and a half Nostalgia Critic re-upload? Is that a re-upload? No, he's reacting to it. He's reacting to it. That's what it is. Which is really gay. More She-Hulk criticisms. Why not both? More She-Hulk criticisms. Well, keep in mind, I got other shit to talk about, too. I kind of want to stick to the more awful criticisms because that's a shorter video. Because, like I said, I got other stuff I want to get to as well. Not applicable. Not applicable. $2 super chat. This guy looks like a school shooter. Real talk. Okay. Oh, can we do a poll? Oh, wait. I forgot we have polls on chat now. God damn it. Okay, but how do I do it? Oh my God. I totally forgot how to do this. Okay, you know what? I think I can do it. I gotta do it from the PC though. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna have y'all vote on a poll. And then we can decide what we can do from there. Because I'd rather do the shorter video. And I'd rather see him debunk more criticisms because I know he'll be it'll be a very thought-provoking video. Come on, Let's do it. Here we go, a poll. Hang on, examining She-Hulk, episode 2. Or more bad She-Hulk criticisms. Alrighty. Alright, there's the poll, baby. Alright, let's see. Oh, Bust Nut, $5 super chat. Here's my monthly pimp money, baby. Use it wisely at the dollar store. Thank you. Okay, where the fuck's my poll at on my phone? Uh, 143 votes, sorry. Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna wait till it gets up to 200 votes. We're at 156. Y'all better hurry up. As soon as it's at 200, I'm capping it. Yeah, as soon as it gets to 200, I'm capping it. It's done. Tyler Castro, man, we have gone far, guys, from the old days of stream crashing to now pimping with polls. Yep, because I got that good internet. Mm-hmm. 10 more. Juan Sendahar, $2 super chat. Hi, did you watch the new Hulu Hellraiser trailer? Yes, I did. It actually looks pretty good. I'm actually excited about that, and it's coming out near, on the month of Halloween. So, yeah, I'll definitely be watching that and giving out probably a little review of that. I didn't review the trailer because, yeah, I mean, like I said, it's good, but like it's it's a basic trailer. I just didn't want to say anything about it. Okay, we're at 200. I'm capping it. I'm closing the poll. Okay, what's the results? What's the results, damn it? What's the results? Shit, hang on a sec. I want to see the results. Then again, I closed it. Don't tell me I closed it and I can't get the results now. Shit. Because I thought closing it was just gonna like crashed. Okay, pause that. Okay. All right, we back. Tyler Castro wouldn't be a J stream without a crash, am I right? I don't know what the fuck happened there. I think it was OBS's problem. I don't know, something just it just shut down. My OBS like suddenly froze. My fucking, I could see myself on OBS, and everything was going fine, and the whole screen suddenly had froze up. So anyway, we're back. All right, now I looked at the results. 72% were in favor of more awful criticisms of She-Hulk. So we're gonna look at that one. And plus it's shorter anyway. I don't want to spend too much time on this fool, because I got other stuff to do.
Alright.
Oh god, he's showing his face. Oh, like, completely now. What was up with that fucking shadowy shit he was doing in the last video? If you're just gonna show your face. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that's about. Hang on. Close poll, thank you. We don't need you anymore. All right, let's go. 9 minutes.
All right. I wanted to do a quick video on this as kind of a follow-up to my She-Hulk video, because I was really tired of people taking yet another article quote out of context and interpreting it in bad faith instead of
in bad faith. Please stop saying bad faith. You're doing something in bad faith.
to think for more than 5 seconds about the properties they're talking about. So this is an article from Screen Rant, and I wanted to talk about it in this video and also talk about what I feel is important, or one of the most important aspects of media criticism and criticism in general, which is interpretation. And we'll get into that as we go further in, but it says, the MCU has moved on from Thanos blips, says She-Hulk creator. Now, I personally believe this title is false, and I'll explain why later. Screen Rant does this a lot, where they'll talk about, like, a piece of comic book related media.
Eki, £5 super chat. Do you have Windows 11? Nope. John Smith, he looks like the simping type. He does.
Media or fictional media in general, and they'll create a headline.
Oh, Kane Damo. I think that's what that says. Please, when people say bad faith, they're either making an assumption about what's in someone's head or themselves acting in bad faith. Yeah, basically.
And that sounds really catchy on the surface level, but either completely misrepresents what they're talking about or exaggerates what they're talking about for headline purposes. And I understand that's like a problem in online publications and news media in general, but when we're talking about comic book media specifically, I think Screen Rant is the main offender of that. She-Hulk attorney-at-law creator Jessica Gao says that characters in the Marvel Cinematic Universe at large have gotten over the blip. If you guys don't know, Jessica Gao is also the writer of She-Hulk, so she's the writer and creator. It says, recently, Lifehacker Australia sat down with She-Hulk creator Jessica Gao to discuss the premiere of the series. She revealed that there is a reason the blip isn't mentioned explicitly in the series. She says that the topic has been covered in enough other Marvel projects, and that people have already moved on. Read her full quote below. The quote says, we made a conscious and specific...
Don't tell people to read it in full and then you're going to read it in full anyway. Why would you do that?
...decision not to explore the blip. So many shows and movies in the MCU have already kind of covered that, and, you know, it's been talked about a lot that...
It hasn't been talked about that much, to be perfectly honest. It hasn't been treated with the respect that it deserves. Like, half the fucking population disappeared and came back. Grizzy 499 super chat. Gotta go, Jay. Thanks again. Thank you, chat. Goodbye, and thanks for joining.
It just felt like, okay, so many people have already covered that territory, that we've accepted it. We live in a world where that's already happened, and people have already moved on.
Okay, so the title is accurate to what the fuck she said then. The title is accurate to what she said then. Okay, here's how I interpret this as a complete moron. What she's saying is that... Joe Vinny the Hyena, $5 super chat. The shadow reflects his view of the haters of She-Hulk. It's symbolic.
So I feel that this quote specifically, when we're talking about we live in a world where that's already happened and people have already moved on, I feel that it's talking about the audience. And
No! That's not what it means! Oh, he purposely misinterprets shit. No, you're the one misinterpreting it. I'm misinterpreting it correctly.
and whoever was doing this interview misinterpreted the quote from
No, I think it's exactly what the fuck she meant. We live in a world where that's already happened and people... Why would, like, we don't live in a world where the blip has happened. Even if she means that everyone else moved on, like, no, that's still that would actually make less sense. Saying, if that's what she meant, if she meant the audience, it would make less sense. And honestly, that would just be an excuse just to not do anything dramatic with their show, and so they don't have to do any work, put in any work with writing. Because, why would they want it? Like, they can't write court scenes. You think they can write scenes where people are being emotional and thought-provoking about fucking half the population being snapped out of existence? No. It ain't gonna happen.
Jessica Gao. The reason why I feel that way is because just earlier, this article references people, as in the creators behind the show. And I feel like We Live in a World is talking about our world in like a meta-textual sense.
Yeah, she's talking about a metatextual sense. Like, who the fuck? She's about us, like, in a metatextual sense. Yeah, and like in an interview where we're explaining the show, just in a professional state. Like, we're not writing anything. This isn't a line of dialogue that we wrote. Like, we're just talking about the show, like, with another person. Like, she's speaking metatextually. No, that's exactly what the fuck she meant.
Where that's already happened.
And if, like, this is misinterpreted, like, then what? Like, do you know where the full quote could be? Since it's completely misinterpreted.
On screen, and people have already moved on. And like I said, this quote is in reference to the decision made in the show, along with the people, as in the creators, who talked about the blip. And also, don't you think that would be conveyed, the same flippant attitude about the blip would be conveyed in the show, which it fucking is? People have moved on and don't give a shit anymore, just like the fucking creators, or the people behind the MCU. Hello? Because they don't fucking acknowledge it in the show, because the writers don't acknowledge it anymore, because they, like I said, they're fucking lazy. Like, the blip, the most important thing is misogyny. Like, we don't like this She-Hulk bitch. I know my family, I should be more focused on my family, on half the family that I lost coming back and being 5 years younger than me, and like the trauma that would induce in me. But like, oh, She-Hulk's a bitch. She-Hulk's a cunt. People in the world would have bigger fish to fry, but so they have to push the misogyny narrative. So they have to get rid of every other huge issue that would change society forever. Because we can't have people, we gotta have, like, all the hatred towards She-Hulk has to be believable. So you can't have, like, some national disaster happen. And for the human beings of the world to have bigger fish to fry. Because our lead needs to be a victim, even though she's a fucking superhero. Remember, I've seen the first 6 episodes. I think it's pretty safe to assume that she's talking about we, the audience, not we, the population within this fictional world. If you think I'm wrong about that, feel free to argue with me down in the comments below. But I feel like, personally, this is the... I don't want to say correct interpretation, because obviously I can be challenged, but I feel like this is a more charitable and well thought out interpretation than what I've been seeing on Twitter. The consensus is essentially that this person is stupid and they're saying that the MCU isn't going to talk about the blip anymore.
They didn't talk about it. They fucking didn't. They didn't. So what the fuck are you disputing exactly?
Even though it was like this big world event, and I really don't think that's the case because
it is the case. It really is.
Because we've already talked about it and made
and this was like a day after he made that other fucking video, or that he came out with that other video. That She-Hulk defense video. So he's still speaking for, like, he's still judging an entire season of a show based on one episode once again.
References to it like recently in other shows. And I mean, if the criticism is this woman is stupid for
she is
commenting on it and claiming that they're the authority on like what's happening in the MCU or whatever, I would just
well, she gathers notes from these people, and I'm sure that they probably don't tell her everything, but they probably give her like little notes on what she can and cannot do with the show. I bet money, because they have to talk to each other about something. And I'm betting money, like I said, they told her not to talk about the blip. Because, for one thing, they couldn't write the shit if they tried. Bust nut, I see sadness in his eyes. Poor guy. Someone give him some booty, please. Budget brick. The blip is a world-shaking event. The blip, a world-shaking event, is relegated to. Oh, hi, Jesse. How was your extended vacation for 5 years? Like it was a minor inconvenience. Yeah, I know. Ugh. Adam Ledgway, God Mahler should cover his October video essay for work for EFAP. This guy's brain is coming out of his ear. Yeah, like I said, I'll see if I can grease their wheels. It probably won't happen though. It probably won't. They will probably find something better. They'd probably move on from She-Hulk. I don't know. But I hope they do tackle it, because the last video of his was pretty funny.
Just ask you to like maybe think a little bit more before writing that tweet.
I'd ask you to think a little bit more before that's very ironic coming from you. Tyler Castro, I love how his live stream is dark and crappy while Jay's is warm and lit well. Thank you. I had to turn down the light, though, because the light's bugging my eyes. I think my glasses lets too much light in, and it hurts my eyes. Ugh. Or I just need to turn it a little bit. Ugh. There's too much light in my eyes. Will this make a difference? Yeah, I just need to, my eyes are bugging me right now.
Now, my take could be very controversial, obviously. I'm probably, maybe the only dude that's saying this or having this interpretation.
No, you're not the only dude. Even though I wouldn't classify you as a dude. I mean, a form of molecules and flesh that are male, that have the male gender attached to it, but not a dude or a man.
And that's totally fine. I feel like when a lot of people watch this video, and I know this is me priming or whatever, but just know that I'm being really petty when I say this, because I'm genuinely tired at some of the takes and a lot of the discourse being peddled ever since, Thursday's episode. I can't fucking keep track of the time.
Of course you can't, because you're in a fucking cave somewhere. And because I don't like saying, oh, you're in your mom's basement or whatever, because for one thing, that implies that someone loves you. So I would never make that assumption that you're in your mother's basement. A cave is more fitting. It's more apt.
I'm really tired of it, to the point that I'm just
a cave, and he's talking into a hot poker. What the fuck? Why is your microphone lit up? What's the Is there a point to that? I'm just saying.
Kind of getting myself ready for the inevitable onslaught that comes with later episodes and with my takes on later episodes. Because I feel like a lot of the people talking about this show and a lot of the people talking about things related to the show either A, wanted to go into it hating it.
Oh, that same old fucking... You wanted to hate it. Like, no. We saw the trailer and saw what they were going to do and didn't like what we were being shown because that's an ad for, the show. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Hang on a sec. God damn it. See, I got a cord extender. And it just fell out. Like, my main cord to my headphones fell out of the extender. So, if you're wondering what the hell that was. And it's so long, I got to wrap it around my neck. So, that's just explaining that. But, yeah, you just wanted to hate it. Like, no one wants to fucking hate something attached to something you have invested 10 fucking years into. Like, you've been attached to these characters and this world and the world building, and you've probably, who knows, you probably spent money on the DVDs, Blu-rays, merch, and all that shit, and you want them to continue doing well. That's the point. That, like, people who love this shit the most or used to love it the most probably are the ones criticizing it the most, because we're wondering, like, what the fuck would you do? Where'd you go? Where'd the quality go? What you doing? Charlie AAA, $2 super chat. Damn, Jay. I know. I'm not here for this shit. You just wanted to, like, all these. Oh God, like the same bullshit over and over again with these people. You think they learn by now? Dusty molasses. Don't neck yourself, Jay. It's not worth it. Criminal imagination. Wanting to hate something is what a child does when they do like somebody. Yeah, but this motherfucker, like, you just wanted to hate. Like, no one wanted to hate it. We don't want to hate this shit. We just end up hating it because they're not doing a good job right now. They're fucking up. I hate to break it to you, but mega corporations can fuck up a lot. They have that capability. People can fuck up. People can fail, and it can happen relentlessly, which is what Disney Marvel, which is what is happening with Disney Marvel right now. You may like it. You may like what the bullshit they're churning out, and it's good for you. But it's not. That doesn't mean it's good. Just because something makes you feel good doesn't mean it's good. There's some people who like being shit in the face by Taiwanese hookers, but guess what? It's not the healthiest thing to like. It's not, that doesn't mean it's good for you, boo-boo. It's not good for, boo-boo. Get it? It doesn't mean it's good for you. Ingesting shit can be really bad for you.
Because they already had this, like, nihilistic and nihilistic and aggressive perspective when it comes.
I wonder how they got that perspective. Could it have any fucking thing to do with the prior content that's been coming out? For this phase? Huh? Or no, they just naturally just hate things. They just hate everything for no reason whatsoever. I'm waiting for him to, like, maybe you weren't hugged by your mother, but maybe you weren't hugged by your mother that much. I don't know. But you're a man, baby. I'm a real man. A man who's got a greasy pock-filled face. Living in a cave talking into a red hot poker. Which is strangely, like, very far away from my face. What's the perspective here? This is so weird. Not applicable $2 super chat. Wonder how he'll react to a Black Queen's criticism. Probably not well.
To media relating to the MCU, to the point that they can't be open to new ideas, new criticism.
New ideas. I'm gonna tell you one thing right now. She-Hulk is full of the most regurgitated fucking ideas I've ever seen. Like, it's nothing but, like, early 2000s rom-com sludge in a fucking superhero show. That's it. That's fucking it. This is as far as it goes. Oh, Glib Facsimile, $50 super chat. What's up? What's up? Someone in Mahler's server sent me this guy's videos, and I couldn't help but record a response. If dude intentionally is trolling us, he's brilliant. Too bad that's not his goal. I don't know how folks stay fans of modern media. I'm checked out completely. True. Oh, damn it. And thank you, Glib Facsimile, for that fat-ass super chat. Thank you. I mean, yeah, there's always that hope that people who are this dumb are trolling. There's that hope. But half the time, that's not what it is. Sometimes you just gotta accept people for who they are. Just fucking dumbasses. You just gotta accept it. This is what it is.
New perspectives, really, on the media that they watch. And I feel like that's a problem with the media criticism landscape in general. I feel like there are a lot of people now that shouldn't be talking about TV shows and movies that do talk about TV shows and movies.
Oh, you shouldn't talk about it. Oh, I know there's some people who shouldn't be talking about it. Definitely. Fucking definitely. I'm wondering if you extend that same, if you have that same energy for people who just mindlessly love everything that Marvel puts out and have no criticism for it. You got that same energy for them? Because I bet you don't.
Movies. And I feel like the reason they shouldn't be talking about it is because it's clear to me that they have so much bias to the point that they...
Bias for what? What kind of bias you talking about? They have bias. They're nihilistic. I wonder what bias and nihilistic... What would bring that on? What would bring that on? Think. Use some brain cells. Like a bias compared to what? Maybe for the first 3 phases, which they did decently. Remember when they actually gave a fuck about the franchise? Now they suddenly don't. Maybe that they're yearning for that level of give a fuck again. At least, or maybe like just a modicum of give a fuck. Maybe. Because what else are they biased about? What biases? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You just regurgitate shit you hear from your little hug box on Twitter. That's all you do. Not applicable, $2 super chat. That would make him a hater by his standards. Big back. Why can't people just be eternally positive? Oh, God. That would be one annoying fucking world, I swear. Oh, Curtis D. of Montana. $10 super chat. Hello, my wife and I love your reviews. Have you seen Angry Joe's new review? He is trying to act like he hates this show now. He painted himself into a corner after yelling at his subs not to watch. Yeah, like I said, I heard he changed his stance. I haven't fucking watched it. But I heard, yeah, that he flipped the script and now he suddenly hates it. It wouldn't surprise me if he was like faking it just so he wouldn't lose subs. A lot of YouTubers do that. It's really sad to watch.
They have already,
which is why I have not watched it.
Primed themselves for anything they'll watch in the future. And if you think I'm being disingenuous when I say that, or you think I'm spreading misinformation when I say that, then I would just...
Spreading misinformation, nihilistic, like it's saying all the buzzwords that he's supposed to say for this shit. Spreading misinformation, whatever new word I learned on Twitter, I'm saying in this video. My nerdy home $5 super chat. She-Hulk brings me nothing but pain. Same here.
Just encourage you to elaborate beyond, like, you know, immediately interpreting like a feminist quote in a show as bad faith just because they said like harsh words that didn't inherently mean anything beyond.
Oh, he's slow. He's fucking slow. Oh, he's so slow. Why would you interpret something negative that was meant to be negative? I don't understand.
Beyond what the character said. You know what I mean? Like, it just... It's crazy to me that so much discourse and so much, I guess, vitriol has erupted from just this one episode. And I am interested to see what the talking points are like for episode 2 and onward. Maybe episode 2 will actually turn out to be shit. But...
It's like there's so close to the truth. They can taste it, but they just like, I don't know, maybe episode 2 will be shit. I don't know. The way it's already been shit. It's like they want to say the show is shit, but they just can't bring themselves. I guess they think that Marvel or Disney will like snatch them up for a free screening or a free trip to fucking wherever to screen some of their horse shit, or they'll become famous for being this fucking gullible. I don't know. I really don't know.
As far as I'm concerned, these criticisms do not hold up. Literally, we got confirmation from the official Twitter account today that everything everyone's been saying is flat out wrong, and the
Wait, let me read this shit because I have no idea what he's talking about. Sorry to our lawyer friends, but this is accurate. See what we did there? No. The fuck is it supposed to mean? What's it supposed to mean? I don't know what you're pointing out here.
The show is 100% aware that Jennifer is being an asshole. So
okay. Yeah, but as a lawyer, not as a fucking character. And I said this when I did a review on episodes 2 and 3 in one video. The link isn't in the description, but you can see it on the front page of my channel. Just letting you know. I pointed out that they only make her wrong. They only make the Hulk right just enough to keep the plot going, but the show still works in Jen's favor because that's whose favor it's always supposed to be in. 100%. She's always right. She's always right. Even when she's not. Like, she's a complete asshole and an idiot. You can see that clearly in every episode since episode 1. And in episode 1 as well. But, we're talking about beyond episode 1. Like, there's no growth with her character. We're nearly at the end of the season. We are... Oh shit, we're 2/3 into the fucking season. And we have seen no character growth whatsoever. We're like, this 9 episodes. We've been through 6. That's 2/3. 2/3. 2/3 of the season. And there has been no character progression with this bitch at all. She's always right. Every man around her is a piece of shit. Any woman who expresses any kind of femininity is a fucking bubble-headed moron, even though she's a bigger bubble-headed moron than any fucking character on the show. Preston Calver, $5 super chat. Corporate shill. How can I appease both fans and companies? Say it's intentional. It's intentional character trait. Major Chris, $5 super chat. This guy defending She-Hulk is as bad as people defending the new Little Mermaid by claiming people are hating it just because Ariel is now black. Now people are just generally done with these remakes. I mean, them changing her to black is part of the bullshit remake trope. It's all part of it. I'm not mad that people are fixated on the fact that she's black and how that's bullshit, because it's all part of the whole remake thing. That's the whole package. They either change the race of the lead or all the characters. They put in some social justice shit that doesn't work. They make it more bland. And the story more convoluted and stupid and less emotional. Yeah, that's the whole package. All of that is within the bad Disney remake package. All of it. They did that shit with Beauty and the Beast. They made LeFou gay for some reason, which didn't work because it actually ended up being homophobic and doing the exact opposite. It's all a bunch of bullshit. Dusty Molasses, I don't think people would mind Black Little Mermaid if it were a different studio and not a remake of the Disney made. A remake of the version Disney made. Yeah, and they had an original black character in one of their Disney, like the Little Mermaid TV show. They could have introduced that character, but no. Because if I had like hundreds of years well, not, I don't think like hundreds of years, but like at least 100 years worth of shit. And I wanted to bring up more representation. I just reintroduce characters, like minor characters, and make them and give them more screen time and flesh out their characters more and like bring them to the forefront. That's what I would do. I wouldn't just make my already established white characters black, because that's just lazy. And it does a disservice to black people. And like minorities in general. So I don't care if people are fixated on the fact that Little Mermaid is black, because it shouldn't be that way in the first fucking place. And you know why they're doing it in the first place. It's part of the whole lazy bad remake package with Disney. So I don't give a shit.
So I don't know what your plan is from here on out. Like, if the official Twitter account is aware and they're clearly ran by something that knows a lot about the show.
They made the show, you dingus. Of course they would know a lot about the show.
And I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're just fucking wrong. But getting back to interpretation, I feel like a lot of people don't think about shit before giving it a definitive statement.
Very true.
And that's what leads to all this confusion and vitriol within
very true.
The geek-related communities. I feel like if we all sat back and actually read what we were fucking talking about, because...
Very true! I just wish you applied this to yourself.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't believe half of the people that quote tweeted this actually went and read the article. They probably just read the headline from...
But the headline is accurate to what was said. There was no need at that point. Now, not to say that you should not read the article of you should not read the article of whatever the fuck you're commenting on. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying it was pretty cut and dry. Not applicable to $2 super chat. Fine with race swapping, just not in a bad movie. Yeah, if you don't do it right, or if you don't do it well, like, you know, fuck if you do it in a really lazy way, don't fucking do it. Now, to be fair, I don't really like it when it's done at all, because just why? Just why? Just stick to what it is, or just don't do it, because it doesn't add anything extra. Unless you're doing it like, unless you change the entire background and make it more interesting, like changing Captain America to Captain Africa. Even though that would be a horrible idea, don't do that. Besides, technically, Black Panther is already Captain Africa, so it doesn't even matter. But yeah, if you're not going to do anything with it, don't do it. Just don't do it. There are times when there are race swaps that happen, and it's fine. But that doesn't mean I'm actually advocating that it does happen, because it's still pointless, regardless. You can do it right, but still, like, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Glib Facsimile, $50 super chat. I'm so sick of the race swapping thing, because it makes me feel like it becomes an argument about race and how we are racist when we just want good quality and adherence to source material. I think they do it to divide us. Who wants to be hating? Yeah, that's true. They do that shit on purpose. Joey Joester, $5 super chat. I despise the Beauty and the Beast remake, as well as the Lion King and Aladdin. Yeah, the Lion King one is the absolute worst out of all of them, to be honest. Tyler Castro, do you think if they made Captain Africa, they will play Toto Africa when he comes in? Oh god, that would be a little too corny even for Marvel, to be honest. Take away from you, there's nothing but 100 million to do. All right,
that Screen Rant post on Twitter and just went with it, because
you guys didn't read it, and then he read it, and it was basically accurate to the title of the fucking article. Because sometimes things are just fucking cut and dry.
Just don't want to look deeper into stuff, and I feel like that's the biggest problem with media criticism right now. There are a lot of people who look too deep into stuff to the point that they develop biases.
I thought you said they don't look deep enough. It took you half a fucking second to contradict yourself. What?
deeper into stuff.
Hang on.
They just don't want to look deeper into stuff. And
Okay, pause. Let's wait a second. Let that simmer, what he just said. Now play.
I feel like that's the biggest problem with media criticism right now. There are a lot of people who look too deep into stuff to the point that they develop.
How the fuck did you do that? How do you contradict yourself that quickly? That's amazing. Idiotocin? Oh god, Idiotocin? I think. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. $4.99 super chat. Turns out Captain Africa is named after the song. He doesn't even know there's a continent called Africa.
Develop biases and extreme opinions based on that, so that when future projects come out, they aren't allowed to enjoy it for what it is and have to make up all these crazy like conspiracies in order to justify their opinion.
It's all conspiracy. Even though Disney, Marvel, and all these motherfuckers say they're doing it for a specific reason that people hate, they're just like you people who make video essays. You're just making it up. You're wrong. It's all conspiracy theories.
And then there are people who don't research enough and say dumb shit in a quote tweet, like in this case.
So even when you do look deep into shit, you're wrong. And when you don't look deep into shit, you're still wrong. There's no winning with these people. They're so fucking delusional. You're just wrong regardless. I mean, yeah. Anyway, yeah, that was shit. Oh, let's go to the other thing. I need a palate cleanser. And it's coming from Truly, of course. It's about, apparently, like, the title is, I have 48 kids. What will my blind date think? And I'm just going to leave it at that. I kind of know, I already know the gist of where this is going to go. God, I'm so fucking itchy all of a sudden. Jesus. But I already know where this is going to go. I'll let you guys figure. Well, I saw like the first minute of the video and I just stopped and I was like, okay, I need to feature this on my channel. Because it's very suspect. Let's just say that.
I father children all around the world. Baby dust, that's the term I use. Today I'm going on a blind date. I haven't dated probably in 10 years. I've told women before what I do.
So here's those are some red flags here. Here's the thing. You say, oh, I have 48 kids because I donate my sperm all the time. For one thing, how the fuck do you even know? Why are you keeping track of these children if you're just donating sperm and have no plans to raise them? To me, that's fucking weird. That's weird. And on top of that, oh, I haven't dated in 10 years, which is... Yeah, what? Because you've been so busy coming inside women? You've been so busy, dropping your fucking paste, your human paste inside women, that you have not been dating in 10 years? I just find that strange. Oh, my chat isn't working. What the fuck? Uh-oh. I'm assuming we are back. Yeah, like, Xfinity will do that sometimes. Not all the time, but, like, it'll drop out for, like, an hour or so, and then it'll just, like, suddenly come back. It's weird. I don't know why that keeps happening. But it's not like AT&T, where they'll go out, like, indefinitely, because I just didn't have enough bandwidth to stream. That was the problem with AT&T, and AT&T just sucks, by the way. But this is, it just, I don't know. Maybe it's like a maintenance thing. They just take a minute to fix some things, or like just do maintenance when they think you won't need the internet. Alrighty, hang on a sec. I gotta get things together again. Damn it! I have to get things together again. Damn, we're down to 176 watchers. Shit. Fucking YouTube. Okay. I think I'm gonna do this video and then be done with it, because there's so much time has passed. I think I might do another stream within the next few days to compensate for the time lost today. Oh, right. There we are. Someone says the audio's cutting in and out? That can't be me. Oh, it couldn't be me. Amanda H says, you got Xfinity. Shit. It's an area thing, Jay. Mine does it every few months. Yeah, figures. Oh, I hate living in a woodland area. Well, not a woodland area, but, you know, just one of those dead spaces. Alright, so this video is basically, the dude has 48 kids from being a sperm donor. And now he's going on a blind date with some chick. It's already odd. Extremely odd that he brags about having 48 kids, because, let's be real, they're not your kids. You gave sperm to a sperm bank, and then some chicks got inseminated, and like, they're not technically not your kids. So the fact that he's even bragging about this shit is fucking weird. And the fact that he's gonna bring it up during a dinner with a stranger on the first date is also weird. So that's basically the setup. That's where we left off. Not applicable, $2 super chat. Feel lucky 200 people sat and waited for you to come back. Yeah, I know. I'm even surprised that many people. I was expecting to see nobody, to be honest.
And typically they're not interested after that point. So, I haven't dated probably in 10 years. I've told women before what I do, and typically they're not interested after that point.
Of course not. I got 48 kids. I come in so many women. And for some reason, I'm keeping track of it. I mean, like, I haven't banged them, but I have donated my sperm to all these women. Like, I got all these kids. Like, yeah, people think you're weird. People think it's fucking weird. Because it is. Greyhound. Oh, yeah, I missed some super chats. Damn it. I hope that YouTube kept track of it. Damn it. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to read those super chats the next time I stream, because I can't scroll up. YouTube won't let me.
So, do you like kids?
I'm assuming you probably have kids, since you asked. How many?
Well, I am Kyle, and today
He even walks like a fucking goober. Those unnatural fucking. He walks like a 13-year-old boy trying to walk like an adult.
today I'm going on a blind date. I would describe myself in one sentence as somebody who likes to
Likes cum.
to others. Obviously, I've helped create a lot of families.
I like to cum in others. Drunken Weasel. What I did super chat. Who's this guy? I think he is the Brady Bunch. Yeah, I think I know what you were getting. What are you going with that? Ashura Conla. Oh my God, you're back. Yeah, Xfinity sometimes can be a jerk. Not as much as AT&T, but.
So this is my first blind date ever. I've never been on a blind date before, so I'm kind of interesting, kind of nervous what's gonna happen, because how's she gonna react to everything?
I mean, you don't have to tell her this shit. You don't have to tell her this. This could just be about between you and your dick. You don't have to fucking say anything.
About me being a donor.
My name is Ursula. I'm 27 years old. I'm a digital merchandiser and a full-time content creator. Today I'm going on a blind date. I don't know anything about him. I'm single, ready to mingle. And I also don't usually date guys under 6 feet, so let's see how this goes.
Oh Lord, oh Jesus. Here we go with that bullshit. I normally don't date a guy under 6 feet. Oh God. Yeah, I think most guys aren't even on the planet aren't really 6 feet, like over 6 feet tall. Which is fine because like most chicks are fucking short, at least in like the United States. So if he gets a dude who's like, you 5'4", you get someone who's like 5'9", 5'11", that like, what you crying about? Oh, you're not 6 feet. I can no longer get wet. Like, that's not like, I mean, whatever.
I don't care if you're 5'11", it's bye. Or bye.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Hug?
Hug.
I'm great. So this is you.
This is me.
This is me.
What's your name?
I am Kyle Gordy. What's your name?
My name's...
And he's wearing a fucking hat like a creeper. Let's be real. Fucking baseball cap. It looks like he's gonna he's gonna throw her into his white van pretty soon. Tyler Castro, of course, he needs to tell her because he has no personality and not applicable. $2 super chat. Fictional darling with a dentist, so pure evil. Oh, Dusty Molasses. I bet she'd be mad if I asked her weight. Yeah.
Ursula. Nice to meet you.
Nice. Like from Little Mermaid?
The witch,
Ursula. Yeah. So, where are you coming from? You from LA?
No. I'm from New York. I live in San Diego, and I'm a lot in LA too for work.
I've lived everywhere in LA. First in, Manhattan Beach. I moved to Malibu. And now I'm in right down the street from here, actually.
Ooh, all right. I got a cocktail, but you know what? Where's your cocktail?
I actually don't drink alcohol.
I love it how. I love how you just like told her like, yeah, I'm telling you about myself, and then she's like, oh shit, the liquor. Thank God. I'm gonna need that to get through this. Easily distracted heifer.
I quit drinking for 6 months, and it was the best decision I ever made. So cheers to that.
So,
you look at the fucking camera. About to tell her, yeah, buckle the fuck up. He was looking at the camera. Wait, rewind that, because I think.
So,
yeah, there we go. Like, he's girding his own loins.
Do you like kids?
No.
You do not like.
The fucking question is relevant because you do not raise these children, my dude. You don't raise them. You have you probably have an impregnation fetish. But but you don't, it's not like you're daddy to these children. You just have you probably just have a fucking fetish. So I don't know why the hell you would ask these questions.
No, I'm just kidding. Kids are great, but that's not something I'm, thinking about right now.
Oh.
Just like a whole life ahead of me still. Like I have a dog. My dog is basically my kid. I'm a doggy mama. I usually take him literally every single place that I go to with me. I'm assuming you probably have kids, since you asked.
Yeah.
Stop looking at the camera, please. And she hits every stereotype. I'm a dog mama, I don't want kids, I'm an influencer.
Yeah.
That's interesting. How many?
Well,
hit me with it.
So,
You don't have to tell her this. But you know what, I think he gets off on this shit. Even telling people is enough. Going around bragging, I've come in so many women. I mean, not physically, but my nut is in there. It was cooking. Now they got babies. It really delights me. I mean, I'm not raising them or anything, because fuck that noise. But, jizz.
How can I best explain this?
So you have 100 kids? You have 30 kids?
So,
are you a sperm donor?
So, pretty much, I guess I'm a sperm donor. Yes.
You are?
Yes, I am.
Wow, I nailed it! Woo!
I started donating my sperm roughly 8.5 years ago. There's a lesbian couple I knew, and
Of course. Of course, it's a lesbian couple he knew personally. Uh-oh. Oh. Like I said, of course it was a lesbian couple he knew fucking personally. Of course it was. Oh, shit. Thank you, Anna Macross, for the $20. Not applicable, $20 super chat. Spade both of these people, Jesus.
Originally, they wanted to have a child and go for the sperm bank, but they felt very uncomfortable with not knowing, the biological father, where it came from. So,
but they are more comfortable with knowing where it came from and knowing that they're going to completely cut you out of the kid's life. All right.
So we had a talk, and I told them, listen, I'm happy to donate to you and be known to the child at any point in time. When their ovulation test was positive, we met up. I deposited the sample in the...
Don't show the fucking cups, nigga! don't, we know what the procedure is. Don't show the goddamn cups.
Gave it to them, and then 2 weeks later, they told me they were pregnant. And more LGBT members in my community started reaching out.
Yeah, don't pimp that out like that means anything, because it doesn't. You're just like nutting in women. You're just it's a fetish. That's what all it comes down to with you, because you wouldn't need to brag and you wouldn't claim these kids as your kids, that the kids that you were not raising as your children.
For my help, and then single moms by choice were reaching out, and it just kind of took off from there. I'll let you know. I have 48 kids currently, and another 10 to 11 on the way.
That's good. No, I'm a supporter of that, because there's like a lot of people that actually can't have kids. They have fertility issues, so why not?
Yeah, I take it really seriously. I have genetic testing, semen analysis, and STD testing. Also, if they want me to take any...
I mean, I would hope so.
Any more testing, I'm always happy to do it. I'm actually going to be donating tonight, which is funny.
Yeah, right after this, I'm gonna splooge. Not in you, cause gross. Directly into a woman? No. I just like the idea that you were gonna stick an object in your pussy and then like fertilize your eggs and grow swollen with my child. Oh, this guy's a creeper. I'm sorry. I know to some people I sound like I'm totally judgmental and unforgiving, but why are you bragging about this? You don't raise these kids. And like bragging about it's just weird. It's weird. Especially since a lot of these mamas probably don't want you involved and you talking about it anyway. That doesn't seem okay to me. But anyway.
That's cool.
So
did you like start a business with that now?
No, I'm free actually. I don't charge anyone. I don't make any money. So, standing...
Don't show her your dick. Alright, this is how I jerk off into a cup. This is how I hope you didn't order yogurt, because we don't, I don't want to get anything mixed up here. But it's Truly. I expect this level of freak from Truly.
It's important because, when you sit,
Why are you standing up?
You kill your sperm. And
oh, and why they got the camera on his fucking torso? Sit the fuck down, you freak!
Because I'm donating tonight, I don't want to kill my sperm count. So I'm supposed to stand,
So why would you do something right before it where you would kill your sperm? You're gonna be sitting most of the goddamn time during a date, especially if you go out to dinner or a movie.
Interesting. Wait, were you honestly scared that I was gonna walk out? Honestly, being from New York, I feel like I hear the craziest stuff all the time.
I haven't really dated in a while. I've told women before what I do, and typically they're not interested after that point. They're just like, I understand you help women, but I wouldn't want someone who has children with another woman, period. Like, they're not cool with that. Oh.
That's not why that's not why, you motherfucker. Because you ain't raising these goddamn kids. You ain't raised him, so what's the problem? This is because you fucking tell him, and it's weird. Because if they don't contact you afterwards, I don't think they're telling you why. You know what I mean? I just don't see them calling you back after an interaction like that.
Wait, I was gonna, I need to take my pill.
Oh, don't say. I was gonna like give you like a sample jar of my cum, it's like a parting gift. It's something I do personally.
I need to take my pills.
What pills? What pills?
So,
Drugs? Are you a drug addict?
No, actually, I take pills for my sperm.
But what are they though? I take pills for my sperm. They're just tablets of sperm. I'm a very sick individual.
So they're tip-top shape.
Do you take Viagra too?
Nope, I don't need help in that department.
I can't come inside a woman for real. But I don't need any help in that department. Oh God. See, when I scanned this video, I didn't get this far. Like I said, sometimes I just watch the first few minutes and I make a decision based on that. Not the first few minutes, but like the first maybe minute. I didn't know it was going to be this bad. It was going to be this stupid. Not applicable $2 from Chad. Being cynical here. This is all scripted, Tally. Yeah, I mean, I figured it was, but still, like, why? Why would you do this? Kill switch engaged. Why is this guy's personality being a sperm donor? It's LA. I don't know what you expect. Hot Skull 123. Please, no more. I can't handle this cringe. It's too much. Hey, you know what you came here for, motherfucker. Drunken Weasel 199 super chat. Imagine being this dude's roommate. Kill switch engage. I fully believe there are people like this out there. Yeah, especially in LA. Especially. I think that's IBL or IBI. Even if it's scripted, it's still cringe as fuck. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't know why. Batgirl Wild 7, you still streaming? Yes, I am. The Xfinity kind of screwed me over for like an hour, and then I had to like restart the modem through the website. It was a whole thing. Why the fuck do you eat your salad? See, it's funny because I'm eating salad right now. The timing on that is perfect because I am actually shoveling salad in my mouth as I watch this.
Yeah, no,
So there's certain foods you can't eat?
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah, she's already, yeah, she's gone. she's checked out of this fucking situation. I mean, there are cameras on, like, see, you cannot this is why I hate this on-camera dating bullshit, because they're not, most of the time, they're not gonna say what they really think to you and be mean and shit. I mean, even when she was saying what she really wanted to say earlier about not dating anyone under 6 feet, she still had to take it back like it was a joke, even though it's not a joke. Americans are too used to trying to be polite, or at least relatable when they're being watched. You know what I mean?
That's why you don't drink alcohol.
yeah, I don't drink, smoke, or I'm very big on organic and stuff.
It's not organic until you grow it on your own.
Oh, maybe, but I try to eat as organic as I can. Hey, can you excuse me? I gotta use the restroom.
Go for it.
Oh. I gotta go jerk off. Sometimes, yeah, I even do like a sperm donor, like Uber Eats type thing, where I come in a jar and I deliver it to like the nearest lesbian couple. What do we call that? Pour dash, like pour. Squirt Dash, Splooger Eats, no, or Uber. Oh my god, I'm trying to come up with clever names for this shit. Yeah, I got nothing. It's too, like, what? There are only so many words that describe ejaculate. There's so many. There's only so many. Or Uber nut. Uber nut. I don't know. Fuck it.
How's it going so far? It's going all right. Conversation.
Oh, Uber Skeets. Quasi-Mumbo was like, Uber Skeets. Okay, that's pretty good. Bust nut, if he comes back and his face is flustered, I'm out of here. You know that's exactly what's gonna happen. Oh, he's gonna be fully post-nutted at the dinner table.
Is pretty good. She took the sperm donor thing pretty cool. She actually figured it out without me telling.
She, like, that's not the face of someone who's cool with this. She's worried right now. Not applicable. $2 super chat. Women like this are why I don't date anymore. Ick.
She seems friendly.
He's funny, he's nice, but he's not 6 feet.
Yeah, that was the deal breaker. That's not the fact that he nuts in a jar for any lesbian who shows him attention.
Hey, I am back.
Do you also look into their finances, like whether they're they can be a good parent, whether they make good enough income, whether like the housing.
The finance thing. She went straight into that first. Do they? What I'm asking is, do they pay you well? I'm asking if you're gonna pay for this fucking dinner, because I don't want to pay after hearing this shit. Honestly.
Situation.
Yeah. So typically,
How
what
do
I'll
do
do is
that?
I ask some questions, and
Okay, but do they show you proof?
it's based on trust.
So there's definitely some legal considerations. Typically, I try to get mothers to do a step-parent adoption or second-parent adoption because sometimes, you know, in most states, I would be considered the legal father and they can seek child support at any point in time.
You need to do research on these people, dude. I'm telling you, you can't trust people word of mouth.
I like to respect people's privacy. I agree.
Okay, the kid is important, so clearly there needs.
Now she like telling him how to do his. Try to do his job as a nutter. How dare you tell me how to nut, you bitch? How dare you lecture me on fertilization?
To be a change because you're not doing enough, and I'm sorry, but like I'm one of those people that likes to look out for people, and I'm very blunt, and like one day you can come across a situation that will be sad.
She's trying to argue her way out of this dinner. She's trying to find an excuse to leave.
That could be sad. You never know.
So essentially, if all the women did seek child support from me all at once, yes, essentially I would be
broke as hell. Baroque is a joke, Baroque ass. You would have nothing. You'd be on the street, motherfucker. 48 children. He said, he got 11 more coming? That's like 50, almost 60 kids. Almost 60 mothers who would fleece you for child support. Oh, and that shit ain't cheap. Like, let's say like the average is like $300 a month. So it's 12 months, and then you multiply that by 60. Hang on, where's my calculator? Where's my calculator? Y'all can't see it, but I'm calculating right now. 300 a month, so that's 300 times 12. Times 60 kids. Oh, God. That's over oh, God. Hang on, let me put that window up. I just want y'all to see this shit, because, oof. The fuck? Oh. There we go. I want y'all to look at this. All together, it's $216,000 a month. A month. No, not a month. Oh, shit. I mean, a year. A year. That's still a lot, though. You're paying some like upper middle class person's salary, like annual salary, a year for that many fucking kids. Ooh, nigga, you gonna be broke. I hope you're a multi-fucking millionaire. Even then, that's a little steep for a multi-millionaire. I mean, damn. Let me delete that. I mean, shit, how you go? I mean, if they all wanted child support at once, I'd be fine with that. I bet you that's what he's going to say. Even I interrupted him, but I bet you that's what he's going to say, because he's probably one of those nice guy-ass motherfuckers trying to justify his fetish. See, I'm a good guy. I'd pay child support for all these kids. Like, no, you wouldn't. You'd be fucking broke. Nigga.
For me all at once. Yes, essentially, I would be bankrupt.
Do you ever read comments about yourself? How do you deal with that?
I respect their opinions. I get a lot of hate comments on my Instagram all the time.
Oh, wait. I missed it.
You never know.
So essentially, if all the women did seek child support from me all at once, yes, essentially I would be bankrupt.
Do you ever read comments about yourself? How do you deal with that?
I respect their opinions. I get a lot of hate comments.
Oh my God, I missed it again. I'm sorry. I was reading something.
If the women did seek child support from me all at once, yes, essentially I would be bankrupt.
Do you ever
Oh, wait, he did say that. I didn't even have to finish it because he totally acknowledges that he'd be broke. Okay. All right. Okay.
Comments about yourself? How do you deal with that?
I respect their opinions. I get a lot of hate comments on my Instagram all the time, or emails, people saying, you shouldn't do this, you should be married, you shouldn't have children outside of marriage. And I just tell them, listen, I respect your decision, but these women need help. They don't want.
That's not why you're doing it, bro. Stop it. That's not why you're doing it. Quit lying. Otherwise you wouldn't brag about it. People who do like favors or philanthropy and shit like that, they don't have to brag about it. They just do it and shut the fuck up. But now you all up on Truly and shit, because you want, this is advertisement for his fucking fetish. Please let me nut inside you, please. But without actually touching you, because gross. But yeah, he's just advertising his fucking fetish. I wouldn't be surprised if he had OnlyFans or some shit where he just like has hyperspermia videos where he's just coming ropes on everything. Okay, let me slow down. I think I'm going into too much detail. I'm sorry. Not applicable. $2 super chat. He does it because he gets paid, by the way. They pay you. Oh yeah, that too. But I think it's mostly a fetish. Like, of course he gets paid. Of course he gets paid, and he could definitely be doing it because of that. But I'm focused. He's bragging about it. That's what the problem. The bragging part. And it's not like bragging. Like, yeah, I get. If it was like about the money mostly, this would be one of those videos where like, yeah, I make $200K. I make $200K a year donating my sperm to desperate bitches. But no, it's not about that. He's going on a date. He's bragging about how he's helping people. This is someone with a fetish. Because everyone with a fucking fetish, some creepy, sexual, deviant shit, always got to fucking justify it with some philanthropist angle. It's a tale as old as time. They always fucking do that shit. You look on Twitter, Tumblr, wherever. Whenever someone talks about, oh, I ship these two characters of the same gender together, not because I like seeing people of the same gender kiss. It's because I'm trying to support gay representation, because they can't just fucking admit they want to see two people of the same sex kissing, because they're so fucking ashamed of it.
To go to a sperm bank.
I'm about to get lit.
You're getting drunk.
See? Oh no, I'm not a lightweight anymore, so next time go.
Oh wait, definitely.
But it was I had a really good
here's
time.
Your
this
bag?
Was like, yeah. Thank you. I know it's so heavy. No, you carry it.
I carry it?
I'm not carrying my own bag.
Okay.
You short fucker.
I think it'd be great. We had a lot to talk about.
I mean, she wouldn't let me squirt my man juice inside her, but I guess it was all right. That's why he has the hat, because he just can't stand a day without squirting into something, so he just squirts inside his hat and just puts the hat back on. He needs to put it somewhere. Can't put it in his wallet. That's where he puts all his baby gravy money. Can't put it in there. In his pocket, yeah, you can't walk around with a wet pocket. Hats are just thick enough to store a bunch of cum. It just makes sense. Hi, 199 super chat. Love the content, thank you. Dusty Molasses, he says he did it for free. Oh, well, that's even worse. That's even worse. This is definitely a fetish then. This is definitely a fucking fetish. Never mind. Atomic American. Ooh, don't pass her bag. Don't pass him her bag. This is not a man. He has been banished from the tribe. Tyler Castro. God, why, Jay? Why give me that image? Still love you. Kill Switch Engage cools him off in the summer. Hey, it's truly for introducing this bullshit. Not applicable. Even if he said that, I don't believe him. I mean, who knows? Like I said, I still think it's either way. This is some fetish shit. Jake Bob and Rife, why did you do this to us, JL? Because I love it. It's hilarious to me. You gotta make it worse so it'll get better.
We exchanged numbers, so that's great. We're gonna definitely stay in touch. And she took my hat.
Oh no, not the hat, not the cum hat, no! Oh, her hair's gonna have a nice little yellow ombre at the top. She gonna look like vitamin C after this. Vitamin C, get it? So good. Oh, Jesus. I got too much mileage out of this shit. I'm sorry. This is not the face to be making. Yeah, I know everyone hates me right now. I don't give a damn. This is video's fault.
I had a good time. It was fun. I'm always open-minded. This was something interesting. And yeah, at the end of the day, you love what you do. We'll definitely stay in touch and maybe not dating, but...
Oh, that means no cummy cum? That means no cummies? I gotta cap his face. Hang on, damn it. I didn't do it right. That's a face. Not applicable. $2 super chat. That's how women check your hairline, by the way. Oh. Busnut 33, you'll sleep well tonight, Jay. I don't know. This was too horrible. The idea, just the implications being made are just too horrifying. Jim the Casual, loved your content. Your laugh is contagious. Thank you. Chekhov's antlers. That face. Kill Switch Engage. She saw that. Sure. She saw that hairline and went, nope. Yeah, he looks like a twink George Clooney. From 1995.
As friends, Alex.
If she ever wants a baby, if she goes to single mom.
If you ever want a baby, hit him up, and I'm gonna help him start screening baby mamas.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna date you, you fucking weirdo. Oh no, our bridesmaid is now our girlfriend. No. This is other video I wanted to do. It's similar. Alright, this is the last one I can do, because my salad is wilting. I still got a lot of salad I haven't eaten yet. But anyway, yeah, this one is about, well, the title will say it all. We both got pregnant, and we don't know who by. And of course, it's a fucking polyamorous couple. But you start suspecting that something's not on the up and up with these fools. For one, the one being the intention behind even starting the damn relationship in the first place. I'll let y'all figure it out, but I I look through it and I think I have a handle on these fools. Oh, look at the kids in the background staring. I'm just noticing it.
I live with my husband, my boyfriend, and my boyfriend's wife. And together we have 4 happy children.
Alicia and I originally started swinging as just an exciting thing to try. Through that, we were lucky enough to meet our other partners, Sean and Taya. We're polyamorous now. We're in a...
Oh, look at the shirt. Wait. Go back. We gotta look at that shirt. Equal rights for others does not mean less rights for you. It's not pie. Well, more suitors for your wife does not mean more pussy for you. Just so you know.
We're in a closed quad.
Tyler and I already had 2 previous children. I found out that I was pregnant with Barrett before Barrett was born. Taya found out she was pregnant.
At first, I was a little bit hesitant to not know who the fathers of Barrett or Carver were.
Have you ever personally wondered about it?
So welcome to our big
If you don't wonder about it, you're a fucking idiot. Just because you're polyamorous doesn't mean you will never break up with any of these motherfuckers. And if you do, and you got like a mixed family like that, where like one of y'all is pregnant by the other motherfucker, that's not a good thing. That's not cool. That's not cool at all.
Polyamorous family. I live with my husband and my boyfriend and my boyfriend's wife, and together we have 4 happy children.
We're just a normal family like anybody else.
And of course, like, you got some of these motherfuckers in rainbow shit, which is, I think it's like a low-key way to humiliate them.
Except that there's more of us.
We're lucky enough to find a house with 2 masters. There's 1 master on each side of the house, and then a baby's room across from each master, and then the 2 big kid rooms are actually downstairs.
And of course, the child has a pride flag in their room. Drunken Weasel, 199 Super Chat. The fuck is Quint Reviews doing in this vid? He wish he could be so lucky to get this kind of setup.
This is mine and my husband Sean's room. He keeps the majority of his stuff in here, but he and Tyler actually rotate rooms every other night.
Yeah, it was a little weird at first, just not sleeping in my own bed. But now it's like I get to have a sleepover every night.
What are you, a 12-year-old? It's like I have a sleepover every night. Like, you're in a fucking marriage. I get a sleepover every night. No. It sounds so emasculating. It's like, who the fuck would describe it that way? See, what he really wants to say is, I get to fuck 2 different bitches. But see, that's the reason why he describes it in such an infantilizing way is because he's not fucking 2 different bitches. Because the arrangement is never what you think it is. And if it's not what you think it is, then why even do it?
Part of our nighttime routine is, did you switch pillows? No. You gotta go every night. Every night.
They always do that, like leave like a little bit of an awkward pause. Cause yeah, Barcroft, aka Truly, they know exactly what they're doing.
Alicia and I originally started swinging. It was just an exciting thing to try, and through that, we were lucky enough to meet our other partners, Sean and Taya.
You know what? The thing is, though, like, if I didn't know that he was doing this shit, I would probably find him attractive, but I just don't. I just can't. Cause just ew. Not applicable. $2 super chat. He's probably mostly busting that other guy. Like, I would find him attractive if he didn't have this whole like polyamory setup. And if he didn't, like, if his haircut wasn't so, like, meh, you know? And that shirt doesn't do him any favors.
Yeah, we don't consider ourselves swingers anymore. That's how we met, but we're polyamorous now. We're in a closed quad. We don't date other people anymore.
You are dating other people every day. The fuck are you talking about?
Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. None of us were polyamorous before we found each other. I think actually it was Taya that sent the first thing saying,
someone said this? Jesus, he looks like he has a big dick. Anyway, Someone said that usually people in a polyamorous relationship aren't good looking, and I think with the exception of him, I think that still rings true. I think that still rings true. Because, why are they never attracted? Like, I'm not saying that I want to perv after these motherfuckers, because I still don't like this whole fucking arrangement, but, like, they're never good looking, because good looking people don't have to do this shit. Why the fuck? I don't want to settle down. Like, usually good looking people don't want to settle down at all anyway, because they can fuck whoever the hell they want. Only unattractive or self-loathing people do this shit, or broke people.
This is us. This is polyamorous. And we're like, yeah, that's right. That's who we are.
When we started talking, we met like that very next week and we just...
That's an ugly hair dye. Like, it doesn't go with the hair, like your hair color. Like, what kind of... No, just no. Either it's one or the other. Don't do both. And it's too far down her hair. It ends up looking trashy because it just doesn't look right.
Wanted to see more and more of each other. We were making plans for the following weekend before we had even left, and then again that next weekend. And I always like to say that once we started talking, we just never stopped. So
Kay and I were living in Portland at the time, so we were driving an hour and a half down here to see them almost every weekend.
Alicia and I were looking at buying a house in the country where we'd have some room for the horses, and it just made sense to find out.
Oh, we have room for they got money then. They got money if they got horses. People have trouble paying for fucking dogs because they gotta pay for food and all this other shit. Like, they have horses, whole ass horses. They had to buy bigger property to fit these horses. They got money. The question is where the fuck they getting it from. I think one of them might have rich parents.
A house that would work for all of them.
Because they are from Portland, keep in mind. Oh, they make cringy TikToks. Oh, because what's the use of an alternative lifestyle if you can't brag about it and pretend to be happy on TikTok?
Tyler and I already had 2 previous children. I always wanted a third, but it was very difficult to make that decision when there was just 2 of us. What happens when you have a
Wait a minute.
Tyler and I already had 2 previous children. I always wanted a third, but it was very difficult to make that decision when there was just 2 of us. What happens when you have...
So you couldn't decide to have another kid when there were just 2 of you? I wonder why. Maybe it's because you were broke and then started sponging off these 2 people. They couldn't have a third kid with just 2 of us. You know what that means? They didn't have enough money to have another child. So they started hanging out with these motherfuckers and started, hey, you know what? Well, we get to fuck. Well, I mean, we already fucking these people. They got horses and shit. Let's move in. And then we can have another kid. Johnny Boy, $50 super chat. Hello. Hey, your mama. Sorry, what? I finally caught one of your live streams to say I'm absolutely jealous of your content and how you create your videos. Truly, it's a work of art. Keep up the good work, Mama J. Thank you. Yeah, so basically they're fucking admitting that they were not financially equipped to have another child. So they start sponging off these horse-raising motherfuckers in Portland because they figured, hey, we already fucking them. Yeah, that's not good.
A mad cow and a mad sheep. What happens with them?
I don't know.
They're
Me?
No, they're in a bad mood. I found out that I was...
They tell corny jokes. That means they're happy.
pregnant with Barrett, and we were all pretty excited. Show us your crazy. Look. Barrett, look, that part is crazy. What? Hey.
It's very obvious whose kid this is.
About a month before Barrett was born, Taya found out she was pregnant.
So
Yeah, we know who the father is of each of these kids. Come on.
We weren't regulating who pregnant. We were just trying in general.
This dude is entirely too happy. The bald guy's like, yeah, whatever. She's a little funny. She's the one in control of the whole relationship. And he's just like,
I think that we immediately agreed that we didn't want to know who the dad was. It wasn't important to us. We were raising...
It fucking should be? What the fuck you talking about? What happens when y'all break the fuck up? and one of the kids has a different father. And these both kids both have like the exchangeable, like, what the fuck? You should definitely want to know this. Y'all ain't gonna be together forever, like, cause I already know the reason why y'all together. Fucking and money. That's it. You pretty much gave it away. And now, like, they got, cause these kids definitely have, like, the two husbands gave each other's wives to like their different kids. So, like, when they break up, what the fuck? Like, the custody battle is going to be hell. It's gonna be total fucking hell. And then what if you need to discipline the kids? What if you need to discipline one of the kids and then, like, one of them doesn't listen? What if, like, one of the kids, I don't know, like, hits the other one? Don't tell me you ain't gonna play favorites and tell your little bastard kid to stay the fuck away from mine. Like, oh yeah, your bad genes rubbed off on that kid. Like, that you didn't come from my man. Didn't come from mine. Or maybe it did. I don't know, because we don't know who the father of any of these fucking kids are. Yeah, not a good look. It's just not. Miss Midnight, $5 super chat. This is why kids are so messed up these days. Mm-hmm. Jake Bobbin writes, it's clear who these kids belong to. Yeah. But, like, they're not going to acknowledge it until, like I said, until shit goes down. And one of those kids, I don't know, maybe there's going to be, like, some kind of dispute between some of these kids, and then there's suddenly going to be playing favorites and shit. Because, like, I think it's unavoidable in this type of situation. Because the parents don't give a fuck. They doing this for them. We're fucking all the time, we're fucking.
Them as all of ours anyway, so it doesn't matter who the father is.
It doesn't matter who the father, like, y'all some dumb motherfuckers. It's gonna matter in a few years. What happens when you gotta go to the doctor? And the father, like, you got, like, one of the kids comes up with some kind of disease, incurable disease, disorder, and they gotta figure out which one of you is the fucking father. What then? What if you got something that's inherited through your genes, and you need to figure out who the fuck the father is? Y'all didn't think of any of this shit because y'all too busy fucking and spending y'all's money.
Good thing we do all our shopping at Costco.
You baby Megan.
What do you like about living as one big family?
There's more parents, and it's more funner because I have more people to play with.
Yeah, of course the kids are, like, you cannot get the kids' opinion on this. Because of course they're gonna say, oh, there's more people and it's more fun because there's more kids and there's I get to play off one parent against the other now. I get more presents. Of course they're gonna say this shit. Of course they're gonna love this arrangement now. But when they grow up, they're not gonna like this arrangement anymore. Trust me. Mars, $5 super chat. A polyamorous relationship just seems like an excuse to cheat on your partner without facing any consequences. Yeah. Busnut 33. I had a best friend who turned out to be my nephew. Mess up story. Oh Jesus.
Okay, good. Okay. At first, I was a little bit hesitant to not know who the fathers of Barrett or Carver were.
And you should have been, and you should still be.
Just because I was worried that Dylan and Raina were going to ask questions, and I didn't want to hide anything from them. But after talking it through with the other adults in our family and realizing...
The other adults? That's what you call these fools? You don't say my spouses, my partners, the other adults, like you're a child in this fucking arrangement. Talking to the other adults.
We can have that conversation when it comes up. We're going to try and...
We'll have this conversation when it comes up. We don't talk about it now because it just isn't... Yeah, because they're little kids right now. Because y'all got a little kid mentality. We just, everything's so free. We have horse money. Who needs to talk about anything? Yay!
Pull yourself up as much as you can, okay?
Have you ever personally wondered about it?
And plus, these husbands are definitely gonna worry about it. Like fathers, you know, they're gonna worry about it eventually.
I've wondered about it, but I see Sean as a wonderful daddy to the babies, and I see Tyler as a wonderful dad to them, and that's all that really matters. Hold hands right now.
Yeah, they got horse money. Yeah, they got money because you know how much it fucking costs to take care of one horse?
How did your families and close friends respond when you told them?
We've kind of had a mixed bag of experiences with that. We had some people in our lives who right away were like, that's great. We had some people who were cautious at first or hesitant or had some reservations.
And a lot of people make it about them, about how does it affect us? It doesn't affect you. At the end of the day, it doesn't affect you. We're just telling you because you're part of our lives, and everyone has their choice.
If you don't want them to have an opinion of how it's going to affect you, don't tell them like it's going to affect them. We're just telling you because you're in our lives, because we know one day it will affect you. But you shouldn't have a fucking opinion on it. Don't have a fucking opinion on it. Just smile and nod and say you're happy for us. Even though we're only doing this for the financial benefits. We're only doing it because we couldn't afford having another kid. And plus we were already fucking these people, so yeah.
Choices to eat.
He's always got that fucking look on his face. I don't like you. I'm not attracted to you anymore. Why are you always smiling like that, you creepy motherfucker?
Be part of it or not.
A lot of people's initial questions or comments or reactions are, oh, I could never do that, I'm too jealous. And we say, it's okay, we're not asking you to do it. We're not trying to convince anybody else to live this lifestyle.
That's why you're always making TikToks well, actually, no, it's more about convincing yourselves that you want to do this. But yeah, that's why you always make TikToks saying how great it is. Because, we're not trying to convince anybody or yeah, like I said, you're not. You're trying to convince yourselves. That's usually what TikTok is all about, just reinforcing your own bullshit. No, this is all right. This is all right. This is fine. This is acceptable. That's basically what TikTok is all about.
We're just letting you know that this is what our choice is. The more that you talk to them and educate them.
Educate them. Oh, shut the fuck up. You condescending asshole. Well, we educate them. Look, you didn't have enough money to have a third kid, and you like to fuck these people. Ain't nothing to be educated on.
Accepting they can be.
When we're out in public, people don't really think twice about us because we present as just two...
Because you live in fucking Portland, that's why.
cis, hetero, monogamous couples who, you know, look like any other couples that are hanging out together, unless they're really paying attention and see, oh, well, he was holding Taya's hand and then he gave Alicia a kiss. Sometimes people will do a double take.
People who share their concerns about the kids, you know, when we're educating them, it's...
There's that word again, educate. Such a condescending fucking thing to say. When we're educating them... Like your shit is so complex that people need a fucking lesson. Like we got all we needed from this 8-minute video.
People who share their concerns about the kids.
And I'm sure, like, plus you go up and down TikTok bragging about it, people can fucking tell.
You know, when we're educating them, polyamory is not about sex, it's a...
You said you were fucking each other before you started the relationship. Y'all said y'all were full-time fucking swingers before y'all said, it's not about sex, it's not about sex. No, this relationship is actually about money. It's actually about money, you know, whatever. But yeah, you fucking said y'all were hardcore pound fucking before y'all got together. It's not about sex. Yeah, okay.
About relationship dynamics and loving more than one person. We're definitely not teaching them polyamory. We're teaching them that they can...
You're gonna teach them because they're gonna fucking notice something is off eventually. Like, Mom, Dad, why you fucking alternate rooms? What the fuck is that about? You're gonna teach them regardless. Because they're gonna be watching you like idiots.
Love whoever they want and however many people.
That's like saying, that two parents can't fucking teach relationships to their children. Like, you're always going to do that because your relationship is going to be a window into relationships in general. Like, they're going to watch you. They're going to watch everything you do and take everything to heart. Like, come on. These people are people like this are such fucking children. Nothing's going to affect anybody. Everything is fine. Everything is perfect. Nothing bad ever happens in the world ever. I mean, stop judging us. Don't make me educate you. And this nigga's still smiling. The fuck you smiling about? Don't make me educate you. Oh, Jesus. Like, I don't buy for a second that everything is just as sunny, sweet, and roses like they're trying to portray.
They want it, in a consensual way.
I think that having 4 parents does...
He's still smiling! This guy creeps me out now.
...make us all better parents because you get the other side of what you're not normally accustomed to. I do have a
Please don't put your children in your videos.
Their kids, and I parented it a certain way, and they had Dylan and Randy before we got there, and they parented it a certain way, so you get to see both sides of how people parent, and so it makes you I feel it makes you a more rounded parent for sure.
Well, you see how other people parent. Yeah, and once your kids get older, y'all gonna have some arguments about how y'all parent. Trust me. Because that's when they start talking back, or start expressing themselves like individuals and start getting into more serious situations as they get older. Like, you're gonna have to have a lot more discussions, and I don't think shit's gonna work out, because we can already tell who the dominant party in this fucking relationship is, and that whatever that person says is gonna have to go. And I don't think everyone's gonna be okay with that after a while.
We didn't start this because we were missing something. We realized that we could add something to our lives.
We didn't think we were missing something. We were just adding. Well, adding implies that either something is missing or that you're so greedy that you have to have an extra helping of what you already have. We don't think anything's missing. We just had to add more shit. You only add something if you think something's missing. Or like I said, if you're fucking greedy. Like, come on. Oh, this is so fucking... Such a pretentious wank.
There's no way we could have made it to where we're at now without a lot of honest, open, and sometimes really hard communication. Talking about what we wanted, the fact that we wanted this to be a romantic relationship, how we balance these things and make sure that our existing partners feel the love that we still have for them.
As long as we're happy, yeah. We're gonna stay together.
Hi.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work out at all. Because they basically spelled out why they're even in this scenario in the first place. It's pretty transparent. Okay. Now we're gonna have to pack it in for tonight, because like if the internet hadn't gone out like it did, excuse me, if the internet hadn't gone out like it did, I'd probably stay up for another hour. But that whole internet outage, it cut out a whole hour of time that I could have had streaming. So unfortunately, yeah, we're gonna have to pack it in for the night. But I want to thank you guys for tuning in and sticking around and coming back, despite the fact that the whole stream died out of nowhere. Thank you for participating. Okay. Like I said, guys, good night. Thanks for participating. Your comments, comments, well wishes, super chats, everything. Thank you. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I gotta finish the salad. Like I said, my salad's wilting. It's dying. Goodbye. Oh yeah, like I said, I'm still working on Gotham High Part 5. It's almost done. It should be out before the month is out, maybe? But maybe before the month is out. I'm not sure yet. Like, yeah, I'm almost done, but you never know. But yeah, bye. Have a good night.